At Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's sports to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Femi Wash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. The clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, you know, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of role, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then that goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
So we can bring that back, that passion.
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed, you understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see, the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. It couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, You used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't to music much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting. because we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we have series of events that we do, that involve the community, and because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history, because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people, and over the years, that is what we've been doing through education, community participation. We have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo Festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960 and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Bar of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theatre, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the Visionary Credit Registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the Fourth Estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the Expo, and this Expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of masterclasses, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television. Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there. developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arcaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omivi Idolor. The federal government has proposed a 40% salary increase for members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities as negotiations resume in Abuja. The offer emerged during ASU's National Executive Council meeting, where branch leaders agreed to relay the proposal to members nationwide. A union source confirmed that talks will continue next week, given the ultimatum that will expire on Saturday, raising fears of another shutdown across public universities. Despite a meeting that stretched from Monday to Tuesday, both sides kept discussions confidential due to negotiation protocols. ASU has insisted that issues arising from 2009 will be addressed. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, earlier claimed the government had met most demands, while the Nigerian Labour Congress pledged support for ASU if the federal government fails to honor its commitments. Nigeria supplied crude oil worth $2.57 billion to the United States between January and August 2025, making it the biggest African exporter to the American market in both value and volume. United States import records show that Nigeria's shipments accounted for 54.7% of all American crude, with 33% delivered in 8 months. In August alone, Nigeria supplied 4.49 million barrels, maintaining its position ahead of Angola, Libya, Ghana, and other African producers, whose combined contributions remained far lower across the same period. Customs data also confirmed Nigeria's dominance, with crude imports valued at $2.50 billion out of Africa's $4.56 billion total. Non-oil exports to the United States dropped by 40.7% due to the American government's new 50% tariff on several Nigerian goods, but crude oil remains unaffected and made up 72% of all Nigeria exports to the United States. Meanwhile, Nigeria's own imports of American crude more than doubled to 31.69 million barrels, reflecting pressure on domestic supply and the growing reliance on United States light sweet crude to support local refining operations. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has pledged to supply 1.5 billion liters of premium motor spirits, that's petrol, monthly, equivalent to 50 million liters per day, to meet Nigeria's domestic fuel needs starting December 2025. In a letter to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, dated November 30 and signed by CEO David Bird, the refinery also disclosed plans to increase supply to 1.7 billion liters monthly, that's 57 million liters daily, from February 2026. To ensure transparency and public confidence, the refinery requested NMDPRA to station officials on site from December 1 to verify and publish daily production and inventory levels. The commitment comes amid growing pressure to reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported petrol and restore fuel security following recent supply gaps. It also marks a critical step toward achieving a self. We'll go on this quick break. We'll be right back.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has pledged to supply 1.5 billion liters of premium motor spirits, petrol, monthly, equivalent to 50 million liters per day, to meet Nigeria's domestic fuel needs starting December 2025. In a letter to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, dated November 30 and signed by CEO David Bird, the refinery also disclosed plans to increase supply to 1.7 billion liters monthly, that's 57 million liters daily, from February 2026. To ensure transparency and public confidence, the refinery requested NMDPRA to station officials on site from December 1 to verify and publish daily production and inventory levels. The commitment comes amid growing concerns and pressure to reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported petrol and restore fierce security following recent supply gaps. It also marks a critical step towards achieving self-sufficiency in domestic refining, aligning with government targets to stabilize fuel supply and reduce import costs. Several state houses of assembly have begun exploring the creation of state police forces, a key constitutional reform long pushed by advocates of decentralized security. The renewed momentum follows President Bola Tinubu's recent appeal to the National Assembly. Many thanks for watching. You do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Good morning and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is where you're meant to be this beautiful Monday morning. Hope you had a beautiful weekend. There's a whole lot to talk about when we say this weekend, but hey, let's get down to business. It's a work day and let's kick it off. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. On FBL today, we will be looking at this particular comparison between 2 specific states and their budget. We ask ourselves some questions, not silent ones, questions that are loud. And we will need answers from you because we need to start talking now. We'll also be looking at aviation. What is happening? Airbus is making some recalls. Don't worry, it's not major safety issues, but it's something that they can't deal with. Then we'll also be looking at the aviation industry in Africa. They say business moves as long as flight increases. How are we benefiting in that equation? Where do we count? Then we'll tell you Dangote is always in the news. He is not going far from the news. So you need to be on this table that is alive. I'm not here alone for this morning edition of SBL. Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome another beautiful week to SBL, the night himself. Good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. Happy New Week. They say if Monday does not excite you, you need to change your job.
Okay. Mukhtar is also here. Mukhtar Amin, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Week.
It's nice seeing you.
New month.
Just keep smiling like that. Yes, we'll get straight into it. Now, for those that are wondering, states are pulling in and dropping in their proposed budget to the state assemblies, and it's something we need to start talking about. Now we are looking at Zamfara State and Lagos State. The stark contrast between the Zamfara and Lagos State budgets has again reignited public discourse on fiscal federalism. For those in Nigeria, is this a concept that shows how revenue and expenditure powers are shared among tiers of government, be it the fiscal federalism, you know, but right now we are referring to allocation of financial authority and responsibility between federal, state, and local government in our multi-tiered political structure. For us here in Nigeria, this particular fiscal relationship is largely governed through federal allocation, we know that, where most national revenues, including the petroleum profit tax, that's the PPT, royalties, companies' income tax, custom duties, and value-added tax are pooled and distributed when they get to go to Abuja at the end of those particular months and do things that we wish they were doing in their state. Under this arrangement, only personal income tax is directly collected and retained by states, while other critical revenue streams are centrally managed. And this word we really don't like, shared. Critics argue that this particular centralized model limits state autonomy and discourages internal revenue generation. This debate has resurfaced again because of this particular budget that have been submitted and comparison. And that concerns shows that states with vastly different capacity and economic output receive allocations that don't reflect, one, their contribution, two, their developmental needs. This is what we will start discussing on SBL today. We say, hey, we're about business. We're about development. It's all about the economy. Now let's talk about state economy and where they should be that they have refused to be. Zamfara budget for proposed budget for 2026. Gentlemen and viewers, 517.5 billion. That's their proposed budget for 2026. Lagos State proposed budget for 2026, 4.237 trillion.
It's always in trillions.
Now, if we compare both, that is a difference of 818.74%. Zamfara on this and Lagos on this other side. Now, let's break it down again. Now, Zamfara, their internally generated revenue for 2024, 25.46 billion. 2023, 22.16 billion. Now, let's flip this side. Lagos State internally generated revenue for 2024, 1.3 trillion. Okay.
It's quite funny that what the budget is not even 10% of what they are generating in Zamfara.
Okay. Now, even the internally generated revenue is over 200% of their budget.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's ask ourselves. Now, Zamfara, on the other hand, is less developed than Lagos. Zamfara, on the other hand, need more infrastructure as we speak compared to what Lagos State is doing right now, which means on the flip side, they should even have more budget, more money in their budget than what Lagos State is even proposing.
Right.
Why have we found ourselves in this big gully? This is no longer a gap. This is gully when it comes to development and infrastructure and state ability to develop their state.
Zamfara, for example, has been in a turmoil since 1999 when the then Governor Yerima, enacted the Sharia law, which scared away investors and a lot of the labor markets that are of the Christian faith. So since 1999 till date, the only governor of Zamfara that is intellectually very sound in terms of conveying his message for his people and, articulating his plan is the current governor, Dauda Lawal. He was a former banker. And I feel like Zamfara, like many subnational, especially in the north, they just fold their hands, they wait for the FAC allocation, and that's what they depend on. That is why their internal generated revenue is so low. And don't forget, if you are running a state on a Sharia law, Sharia does not believe in interest in some of these things that predominantly is how we generate revenue in this part of the world. So many of the northern states, they are running on these bias, these religious bias, and they let their people go on so many things that could sort of like generate revenue for them. I don't want them to change their faith, but one of the most prosperous countries in the world now is UAE. They are a Muslim country. Saudi, in the past 3 years, under the leadership of the new prince, is an Islamic country. They are very prosperous now. Saudi is building the biggest IT, like Silicon Valley, right now. They are doing so many things. They are, it's now open for tourism. These northern governors, they go there all the time. In fact, bulk of their budget goes into sponsoring people to Hajj. Pilgrimage. So they need to learn how these people are generating revenue. Zamfara is very rich in gold. We are not seeing any state-owned gold mining or gold processing plant or partnership with private companies to do that, as we have seen in Osun and Kaduna states. So Zamfara has a lot to do. If we look at budgets per citizen for most northern states compared to down south, is an eyesore. Lagos, for example, their proposed budget leaves each citizen about average of 260,000 per year. If you go up north, for some states is as low as 60,000 naira per citizen. So, and if we let states like Katsina, like Kano, that have very huge population, to run on budget less than 8 trillion naira. Kano, with that so much huge population, their budget is about 500 billion. The same thing with Katsina, with that huge population. So when the global agencies look at us and say we are a poverty-ridden country, the northern governors are the major problem why this is, because their budget does not reflect their population. And as African, we have, re-emphasized that our potential is in our numbers, in our human capital.
You just said their budget does not reflect their population. Now let's go to this table and see if we can break it. Is that population really correct?
It might not be accurate.
Okay.
But definitely, they have a huge population. That we can
a huge unproductive population.
Exactly. Look at, for example, another new governor in the north that I admire so much is the farming governor of Niger State. He is the only state in the north that is running over 1 trillion population, and he's not running it on anything technical. He's running it on farming because he has looked at his population, he look at their level of education, and he look, okay, what sector can we invest in to be able to accommodate this so much population with their level of training, skill, and education? And farming answered the question. And he has shown how billions of dollars can be put into agriculture to turn around the fortune of the state and to employ, the teeming population.
Okay. Now, Olumide, let me get to you. We are looking at this particular gap that is no longer a gap, it's now a gully. It's just a matter of time. It will turn to things that can really cause conflict. When you see that this particular place that happened to be the federation, we are all a federation, but a part of the federation does not look like my own side. People now start migrating en masse. People now get disenfranchised. How can we stop this? Because that is where we are heading to right now.
From what from the research I did, one of the pros of this federal account allocation committee pool is to promote unity where some states are lacking. With the SOUQ accounts, they can be able to meet up. But other states will feel left out because a state like Lagos that is pulling in over 4 trillion naira, IGR is about 1 trillion naira, and what are they get? And they have to share equal amounts or even more with Zamfara that is not doing anything. Now, Zamfara is blessed with not just gold, lead, zinc, copper, iron ore, limestone, kaolin, granite. It's a whole lot. So I'm even wondering why they are not even doing bigger figures than Lagos with all these resources that they have. What are they doing? What is the state government doing? From January to about July, some civil society came out to say they were owing salaries. Okay, that was due to some verification exercise. There was a time about 103 teachers were sacked and reinstated. And, it's a whole lot of things that is going on in Zamfara. And just like you said, Shara is also there, which is actually, and this is something a lot of people have said, that why are they even collecting from SOUQ account? If some of the things that the Sharia law is against is one of the major people that are pulling in revenue. I'm talking about alcohol and other things. They are pulling in a whole lot, and they get to share from these things. So, until we start to sit down and come up with something similar to the derivation, 13% derivation fund or something like that, and each state should get something, maybe a percentage of what they are giving back.
50% of what they are giving to the federal.
Exactly. Then they will start to, no, not 50%. The percentage.
I had to look away from after
the percentage of
if
whatever.
I'm putting 100 billion to the federal, give me 50%. Then we can share the remaining.
I even suggest the percentage of what they are pulling in is what they should get back. Or 50%.
That clause of the proposed tax bill did not pass.
It didn't pass. Definitely didn't pass.
It didn't pass.
It caused a whole lot of fracas at the National Assembly.
Even the tax reform, we remember that it was rejected for a whole lot, and we know the parts that rejected this tax reform, but later it sailed through. So until we begin to look into these states, what is really happening?
To what extent is the FAC allocation that everybody gets to Abuja every month causing laziness in states? Not just Zamfara.
It's because now states only have to rely on this. It makes them lazy. It makes them just depend. And you know, the sad thing about it is, even if they are depending and they're actually paying salaries and they are doing some little things, it won't. But the fact that they depend and it's still, you begin to wonder, even when the minimum wage came into force, a lot of these governors rejected it. Some of these governors are not even paying it. They've not even met the 30,000, not to talk of the 75,000 now, the 70,000 now. So what are we doing? Until I think we have to come up with a private body, because if you say the federal government should take care of it, we always know it doesn't go more than 2 to 3 months. Maybe with an independent body. First of all, one of the things we're also lacking is data. Because if we say, oh, Zamfara, they will come out and tell you they have population, but do they really have population? As Lagos. So we need data. We need a census, an accurate census, the one that a bill will be given and it would be taken out to come into fruition. We need the data to certify how many people actually live, so that we know those that are migrating from Zamfara to Lagos. Okay. Then we know how many people Zamfara can cater for and what they actually need. Because Lagos actually needs one. Lagos is pulling in a lot of migrants, if I may call them, from different states into the state. And, you know, well, they are meeting up with their target and all that, but, I mean, states need to start getting what they are pulling. So maybe that would, you know, set them up.
Okay. Now, before we start looking at setting up, let's come back to Lagos. Now, one of the major contributors of Lagos IGR is PAYE. That's one of the major contributors of Lagos IGR. Right. And when it comes to PAYE, it's all commerce affair. Because it doesn't matter who you worship, it doesn't matter what's your religion, it doesn't matter what language you speak, as long as you work, you pay. But now there's also this school of argument that says, okay, hold on. A lot of the companies or conglomerates or industries that are working outside Lagos have their offices, head offices in Lagos. So who should and where should those PAYE go to?
I think PAYE goes to the state where you work. I think it's the corporate tax that goes to the headquarters. Mm-hmm. But it's the same everywhere for every country. Mm-hmm. That is why states should not just sit down. States should actually work on, you know, attracting companies. The same, every country you see, even in America, you see people go to certain states to go and put their headquarters and their main operation are in other states for, you know, lower corporate taxes. And some companies, like factories, they go to states with low minimum wage, so they can pay low salaries to reduce their costs. So this is a fair game, but it's the governors that need to think outside the box. For example, in Lagos State, Lagos is one of the most expensive places to run a company in terms of expectations of salaries of your staffs and the cost of even your building and your overhead. Lagos is one of the most expensive. Fine, the market is here, it's the biggest market. So if a governor of Ogun State or a governor of Ondo State that borders Lagos, if they cannot find a way to build all the connecting roads that lead to Lagos and find a way to give companies and factories a good deal, it's on them. Because we all know that, okay, everybody is trying to sell to Lagos, but Lagos borders Ogun State, Ondo State, and some of these other states. So why can't you say, hey, my minimum wage is X amount, and all the highways and all the roads that will take your goods from my state to Lagos State it's done. I can even give you, if I'm tolling it, you can get a third party to tow it, to fix the road and tow it. And you can say, okay, for certain companies, I can even give you a waiver on the toll. So it's on you. If, I keep saying it, if Lagos State can bring the proposed biggest refinery in the world to Lagos State, fine, they might have oil deposits, but their oil is not being exploited. So if Dangote can leave all the states where he can exploit crude oil to come and site refinery in Lagos, then shame on all the governors in the Niger Delta that have oil deposits for not having that kind of refinery.
And the insights to pull that investment in.
Exactly, especially a state like Port Harcourt. So you have the biggest oil exploitation site.
That's for River State.
For River State. And you have a port where you can export directly. Dangote has no business in Lagos if you have a working governor, a thinking administration there.
There used to be an Akwa Ibom side of it. Okay, all these are bygone right now. He's in Lagos and he's functioning. Now, let's also look at now critical issues. You mentioned a lot of the mineral deposits in Zamfara. You also did the same thing. Now, this particular budget disparity is major between the south and the north. Now, from Zamfara to Bauchi to Borno to, okay, Kaduna is a bit better. We see this, and we also see a lot of mineral deposits. We also see a lot of insecurity, which we might not be able to say, okay, this is what is fueling it, or this is not what is fueling it. Why have these states all across the north, why have they not latched on their mineral deposits?
I think, well, if I may come in here, I think it's priorities. A particular state governor was marrying off 100 orphans and donating bed space and what. It shows where the priorities are. Is that your priority? 100 orphans. How are they going to survive? How are they going to live after? Marriage is not something you just go into without being mentally and financially stable. So it shows where their priority is. Gold right now is a powerful currency. Imagine if Zamfara or any other state was exporting gold.
As a state?
As a state.
Or feeding to the federal government.
Or feeding to the federal government. Imagine what the gold reserve we would have right now. So I think it's just where their priorities are. Where are their priorities? Are they thinking about the people? Are they thinking about the state, how to develop the state? Are they thinking of leaving a certain financial, substantial amount in the coffers of the state government when they are leaving? Or are they thinking of just leaving with so much debt? So it depends on where their priorities are. Just like, Mokhtar said, Dangote has no business in Lagos if a particular governor was thinking that, okay, this is my state.
Dangote has no business in Lagos. Don't let someone hear you.
Well, Sanwo-Olu did the needful. I don't know what he did to bring Dangote.
No, Sanwo-Olu did not. Those before him did.
He also tried Ogun State, right? Something happened. And he came down to Lagos. So what happened in Ogun State also? We don't. But he later settled for Lagos. So maybe, I'm not saying Sanwo-Olu did something, but there must have been something here.
Those before him did.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's still question this. These are issues we can't run away from. Do you think this brand of politics being practiced in some regions of Nigeria is not allowing us to grow?
The brand of politics we practice in Nigeria as a whole is a kind of politics where the politicians run on the vulnerability of the people, and it's across board. So there is evidence that shows that there is deliberate effort by the ruling class to keep a larger part of the society in poverty so that they can have an easy sale during election.
Okay, by not developing your state? Or by not being able to generate revenue for your state?
Yes. So if a lot of things that are supposed to be, basic human rights are now things that we pray for in this country. And it's not everything that is, out of the reach of our budget. There are some things that are just basic. But there is a deliberate effort because we can no longer say they don't know what to do, because almost all our ruling class, the elites, if you look at most of our elites now, most of them have at least maybe their master's degree or a degree in the Western countries. So they know how these countries are run. Okay. So but they come here, it looks like there's a deliberate effort to keep people in poverty so they can buy their vote during election.
Okay, now let's go back to that particular budget. 517.5 billion budget proposed. Now, internally generated revenue for last year was 25.47. 2 years ago was 22.16. So now, if we follow this particular comparison, they had just an increase of less than 20%. So if we give that same 20% to 25.546, so let's give and take, still less than, okay, just about 30 billion. That's just our proposal, if we follow that passive mathematics. It's about 30 billion, and they have a proposed budget of 517 billion, which means this entire intelligence revenue cannot fund this budget.
We are not even considering population increase within the year.
So, which means if we still follow that particular argument, this is far less than 10% of their proposed budget, which means they are going to depend on SOUQ, and SOUQ might not give them enough on this particular one throughout the year.
Right.
Which means that budget is not going to be completely funded. Okay, now let's come back to Lagos. Lagos has 4.2. Internally generated revenue for last year was 1.3. Most likely, by January, with what is happening, it's going to double. Which means internally generated revenue alone is going to fund way more than half of that budget. How did we get here?
We get here because, as a people, we focus too much on the federal government. We focus too much. The subjects, nationals, questions are not being asked. So that is how we got here. And the governors, they have a free sail. Nothing keeps them up at night. Nothing challenges them to want to do better. See, for example, look at FCT, for example. In the last 2 years, we have seen the FCT minister, first, he has scaled the budget of FCT, by almost 50% or about 40%. And everybody that Abuja resident can testify to the infrastructural development that he's doing, and he's come into the spotlight for, too many times over his aggressiveness to generate revenue for the FCT from, land use rates, tenements, and all of those things. He's even politicized, but he's focused on the job. We need to see more of this in other subnationals. Other states, they leave all of these revenues on the table. So because they want to be popular, they don't want people to complain. But you need money to actually make life easy for these people. And the reason why they complain is because they cannot afford it. But if the economy of the state is buoyant through, effort of the government, people will actually be able to make money to pay. In Lagos, I've not seen any landlord coming from mainland island to complain about tenement rate, and he's being paid because the economy in a way grows every other year. So other states need to tap into this and use the money, not just take money from the people, but you need to use the money for the people. They need to see where their money is going into.
Okay, then now let's ask ourselves this question before going break. Why are people docile in other parts of the country, aside a few people on the southern side, that tend to question the governors? Mostly those in the north, they just see the governors as some lords over them. Why are they not asking them questions? Why are they not demanding governance?
I think federal government needs to start leading by example. How much was our budget? How much was our deficit? How much was spent to service current debt? How much are we owing now? What's 26 budget like? We've always been clamoring for fiscal discipline. Let's not borrow more than what we actually need. But we have found ourselves in this. So if the federal government, they themselves cannot have some form of fiscal discipline, how would that trickle down to state governors? Because it starts from the top. If they see these governors say that the federal government themselves, they are even owing more than their budget or owing too much, how will you be able to now tell the state governors that, oh, look at Zamfara, 25 billion, and your budget is over 500 billion? It doesn't even correlate. Lagos, it seems to be fair, 1 trillion to 4 trillion. It seems, plausible. but Zamfara, any other state. So I think it should start from the top. Like I said, a fiscal transparency body needs to be established, independent of the government. Let them go into this state, find out. Just like Mukhtar said, we need actual data. We always complain about population. They always use population against the South and every other parts of the country. Let's actually get the figures. Once we know the figures, then we can actually plan. You know, that's the thing. When you have data, you can actually plan for your state. You know that this is how much your state truly needs.
Okay,
so,
add this to it because we're going to break in the next few minutes, in the next 2 minutes. Why are people in the north and some other states in the middle belt and the east not asking their governors questions? Why are we docile?
Sense of ownership. And you've always advocated for that, until we start to see the state as my own. I mean, off camera, I'm always talking about Ogun State because I see it as my own. I'm always asking questions like, what are they doing? What's happening there? So until every other single Nigerian starts to ask that question, until we start to call for some sort of a town hall meeting every month or every quarter with the local government, with the state government, representatives of the state government, and ask what is going on. Now, it's a good thing that it's being published what states are getting. So how is this trickling down? What sectors are of priorities? These are some of the things Nigerians themselves need to start taking up, sense of ownership. But a lot of people feel like, well, I beg, let them do what they do. After 4 years, they are gone. That's the kind of mentality we found ourselves in, but we cannot blame ourselves for this empathy that we found ourselves, voter empathy or whatever I might call it. But this is until we start to see it as ownership. Nigeria is my own. Patriotism. Until you start to practice true patriotism, we will not get anywhere.
Okay, now we want to get somewhere. This is the era where we are seeing states go to their state assemblies to present their budgets, and the things we are seeing are really mind-boggling. Those particular budgets that are coming up, are they just presenting it for presenting sake? Things need to change. I need to talk. You need to talk. We need to ask questions. The budget of last year, how did it go? Who spent? Who is owing? Was it implemented? What was implemented? Where are they even getting the monies from? These are questions we need to ask ourselves and not stop. We need to call them to talk to us because we elected them. They are answerable to us, and that is how it should be. Now, hey, remember this. Nobody is more Nigerian than you. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will continue.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his oldies were
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL SOUQ business landscape. Remember, you can join us on all social media handles. Go there, follow us, like and share. Let your neighbors, let your friends, let your colleagues, your co-workers, let them know that this is where to be. So share, and share again. Now let's tell you what's happening with Dangote. Fuel scarcity weakened in October as Dangote Petroleum Refinery supplied just 17.1 million liters per day. Now, Nigeria Petrol needs far short of 50 million liters daily requirement according to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Now, they said that in October, fact sheet revealed that the refinery delivered only 512.4 million liters of petrol throughout the month, forcing marketers to import 828 million liters, an average of 27.6 million liters per day, to bridge the supply gap. Despite earlier optimism around Dangote's potential to drive fuel self-sufficiency, Nigeria remains heavily dependent on import. Okay, now, hold on. When we went through this story, the first thing I tried asking myself is, are they trying to make a story or make a case for fuel import?
Two things can be right. So there's this news that, okay, Dangote's refinery capacity is between 40 to 50 million liters per day. Nigerian consumption is around the same
50,
figure,
53, 54
around the same. So Dangote can cover our demand, right?
If
he's running on full capacity
and sends everything locally
in full capacity,
okay.
Right? Now the question now is, does he have enough crude to
do that?
He does not.
Okay.
So that's where the challenge comes in. That is why it's important that we scale, because can Nigeria actually supply, and do we have the capacity? Yes, we have the capacity, but we are currently producing below our optimal level. The president has said that his plan is to do 2.1 million barrels per day. We are currently doing 1.6 million barrels per day. So these are and remember, the previous administration has done so many oil swap deals. So the hands of the federal government
swap deals that we are not even sure when it's going to end.
Do you understand?
Or who owns what?
So let's focus on, there's a swap deal in place, which means a large part of the 1.6 million barrels per day is going back to pay debts. So the remaining that is left, we need to use it to fund the budget, because there's a deal in place that prioritizes local refinery like Dangote, that says we should sell to them in Naira and not prioritize profit making. So we are selling below market value to local refineries to encourage them. But we need to also fund our Nigerian budget as well. So it's a bit complex. Okay. So the only solution is to scale our production to 2.1 million barrels per day. If there are still people that are doing bunkering, government needs to rein on them to make sure we hit that 2.1 million barrels. And if we need investment, they need to bring all the investment that we need to hit that.
Okay, need investment, bring them to hit 2.1 million barrels per day. Now, Olumide, let's look at it from this other angle. Now, we are looking at 56.76 million liters consumed per day.
Yeah.
My question is, because it keeps turning my head round, who is consuming this 56.74 million liters? Is it we in Nigeria or Nigeria plus neighboring countries?
Well, I think we'll have to ask the NMDPRA for that, but I know that it's not just for cars, generators, a whole lot of things is required to run on fuel. So, and we live in a country where power is not stable, so a lot of people resort to other alternative means of energy, to power their daily business. So it's not just vehicles alone. And even in as much as we've tried to introduce the CNG, it's not coming into fruition. How many CNG stations do we actually have, and all that? And just like you rightly said, Dangote is not producing to full capacity. I mean, from what we heard, even the crude he's getting, it's not what he's supposed to, what the agreed amount. I think he's getting about 300 to 350,000 of barrels instead of the 650 and all that. And Dangote has even come out to say that his projection in the next 1 or 2 years is 2 million, which Nigeria is also targeting. So, but all this depends on how much we can scale up this, because whether we like it or not, this is also making a case for importation, and the importation that we've placed a 15% tax on. Now, when this import tax came on, I was happy, but I've learned over time that we always need to test the waters. Just like fuel subsidy is gone and ERA and all that, we also need to always put in some things in place. We don't just come out with all kinds of policies and then we start to fix later. We come out with the laws, then we start to implement. No, I think this is why we also need to have carried out some certain investigations to see whether this 15% import duty should have come later. Maybe give these importers 6 months tax-free break. That, okay, you're allowed within the first 6 months to import fuel, no tax.
How can you say tax-free? Because are they not making profit off the...
No, I'm talking about the 15% tariff that was placed. Okay. Maybe we should have given them 6 months. Then NNPC and every other thing, up your game. What is happening? We cannot lie that bunkering is still going on. There's a whole lot of bunkering going on. We need to seal off any leakages. Then also there's the NNPC issue. I won't call it embezzlement. I will just say not misappropriation, but there's a word doctor calls it. I think miscalculation. Let's put it at best. I'm just being modest. I'm talking about the 4-point-something trillion that's missing in NNPC. We still have that case. And until we begin to tackle all that, we need to actually tackle all leakages before we can even start to say, okay, we want to feed the nation and also meet the OPEC quota. We need to tackle leakages until we find a way to erase all leakages. And I like the fact that the Senate is also coming out, but it should not be swept under the carpet. We should not see off your mic or any other thing happen in this case. A panel should be set up. Independent investigative body should be raised to monitor these things. Then, first of all, former Central Governor, His Royal Highness Sanusi Lamido has always said this: how many barrels actually are we producing per day?
Okay, that is a question.
We need that figure.
A question I've been waiting for answer since time immemorial, and we are still waiting for that answer. But let me come back to you on Dangote. Now, Dangote has a capacity to do the figures you said. Is a 600 and something million
barrels
per day facility. But now, let's look at Dangote as a business, because it's a business. It's not a government venture.
Right.
Neither is it a social or a network venture. Now, for what Dangote is refining, he has to export to make money.
Yes.
Good. Now, locally and the foreign market, if you are in his shoes right now, yes, he's a very patriotic person to even cite the refinery here in the first place. Which market do you think he should satisfy more?
If you look at, if we look at the prices now, there's no subsidy. So he's selling at the international price now.
Is he?
I believe so. He's selling at the international price right now. And that is why he's able to be the net exporter of Jet A1 in America. So he is disrupting the American market right now. So there's no, if you calculate how much we pay per liter now, per liter we are paying about 900 naira. In the US, they sell per gallon. Gallon is about 4 liters. It's like $3-point-something per gallon. So if we divide that, it comes to about 900, I believe. $3 is like 4,500. So if you divide that into 4, it comes to 1-point-something. So by the time you had the logistics and taxes, you see that it's about 900 naira. I don't know if you get my calculation.
I get your calculation, but I think we should not base our calculation based on how much is sold in the US
alone
and how much it should be sold here. Because if we look at that, the living conditions here, there are different.
Exactly.
The salary disparity here, they are different. The insurance here, they are different.
That's where I'm going to. So
right now, if theirs is better, we don't have it as good as they did down there.
I get your argument,
okay.
But the question is, which market pays in? Right
which
now,
market pays
in. But I am saying that our PMS in Nigeria is priced like the international market. That is one. That's the point, and it shouldn't. But I'm saying the reality. When you go to the pump, I bought it last night. It's 910 naira. If I'm buying in the US, it's $3.5. If you calculate it, I'm calculating even the dollar at 1.5. So if you calculate at 1.4, you find out that we are buying it the same price.
There are countries that Libya, for instance, is way cheaper than what we are selling. Way cheaper than what we are
because
selling.
the consumer
and
produce.
There's still conflict there in Libya.
Yeah, we are talking about Dangote now. His major export destination.
You just made a comparison between we and the US.
Yes, so because we are talking about Dangote.
Why can't we sell at the same price?
No. Because we are talking about Dangote, and Dangote export destination is the US.
Yes, I get.
That is why I'm comparing Nigeria and US. How much people buy in the US and how much we buy here. So I'm not saying, except we now see that Dangote is selling to some countries that sell cheaper than the US, we can compare. But if we are talking about Dangote selling locally and internationally, we compare the local market and the market that he's selling to, which is the US.
One more thing now. The market has been liberalized. The market is well open to a very large extent. So players are all welcome. Now, for a government that is citizen-driven and a Dangote that is open for business, I'm just thinking out loud. Don't you see a possibility where government can say, okay, come, let's have a partnership with you. We will supply you government crude. You will refine. You will take a profit and give us our produce. I'm just thinking out loud. Right now, NNPC refineries are not working. Let's not color grade anything. They are not working. Is it possible for a government to say, okay, good and fine, this is what is being done in Libya. Government subsidizes the refining of products and sell to its citizens. Can't we pursue that? So it's no longer people going to export and government giving them subsidy. No, it is government crude, government subsidized price, government price to the citizens.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not simple like that because Dangote refinery does not mean it's the property of Aliko Dangote, because it's an investment of a lot of people. Okay. So the government cannot just come in and say this is what we want.
It's called a partnership.
What government,
as long as it pays the country.
What government can do is what they've done for Dangote at the inception and over the years, which is invest and guarantee loans. Okay. So the NNPC, during the last administration, they pledged 20% investment in the refinery. They ended up contributing only about 6%. And they guaranteed some of the loan component of Dangote refinery. So they are saying, okay, Dangote does not have the capacity to get this huge loan. And the federal government is signing that, okay, in case he fails to pay, we will take it as our loan, we will pay back. So they can do that, they can extend that to some of the private sectors to encourage other people. So we've seen BUA, we've seen other, so they can look at other players to do that. And we have indigenous companies in the oil sector, maybe in the retail business, MRS, Owando. Government can bring them to the table and see how they can encourage them to go into refining. There are so many states, Imo states, Ondo states, that have deposit of crude oil as well that has not been exploited. So we need to find a way to do meetings with the governors. What are their efforts to bring in investment, to start drilling? It's going to increase our crude production per day, and it's going to be opportunities for refineries to go there. We have seen that some refineries are looking to site a refinery in Ondo states too, Ogun states too. So what are the federal government and the state government, the Minister of Petroleum, what are they doing to speed up this process? What guarantees are they giving these investors to make that happen as quickly as possible?
Okay, guarantees are good as long as they are profitable, both for the investor and the government and the people of that particular region. Now, before we move to the next story, if you were Dangote right now, because that is where we have, if you were Dangote right now, how will you compete with importers? What moves? He has tried price arbitration and price movement, and I've seen that those guys are strong. What's the next move you do?
Well, should I say crash the price? He has actually tried, and
when you say crash the price, define crash the price.
By 50%.
Wow. Would he?
But
did you hear that?
I heard.
But he has done more than what I would have done. I mean, he brought in 40,000 trucks to make sure that
the trucks are not completed.
Yes, to make sure that fuel gets to the nooks and crannies, which he's not obligated to, but because he's, will I call it patriotic, or will I just say he's business-minded? He wants to sell his product. So there's this patriotism and there's this business mind intertwined in one that is moving him. He has tried so many things. And with this import tariff, I thought that he would just sit back. He has even come out to tell people that, look, sell your dollars, because in a particular time, it's going to be useless. At a point,
it's going to
crash.
Crash, right? Okay, no, yes. Last week or 2 weeks ago, he came out, they released a report that the reduction in pump price was not because of the 15% tariff, that it was because they reduced their price. He has actually done a whole lot. I mean, NNPC is not even giving him the amount of crude he needs. He's going outside to get. He's the one that is going to sort that out. He's going outside to get more crude so that he can meet up.
He's making profit off his investment.
He can decide not to even sell to Nigeria and just sell to US. He will make triple of that, but he's actually selling to Nigerians. He's trying his even though the cartel are always coming up with so many things to sabotage him, he has actually done enough. But if I were him and I was as bold or even bolder, I would crash the price by 50% and let's see what happens.
You are talking as a consumer right now, right?
So I just want to point out that Dangote is always going to import crude oil, even when we can satisfy his demand. The reason is because Nigeria's crude oil is the highest priced in the oil markets. It's called Bonny Light. Right now, sometimes it's being priced as high as $100, $120, and is usually higher in prices by about $20, $15 to what they have in the US, which is the Brent and the WTI. Yeah. So even when we can meet his demand, he's always going to get the cheaper crude oil to mix so that the production costs can come down. And I do believe that we should be buying PMS cheaper than what we are buying. Because like I said, if we are buying almost the same price that is being sold in the US, and our minimum wage, I don't want to look at other production components. Let's just focus on minimum wage. There's nothing to compare. So if the companies, the refineries in the US are paying that so much minimum wage to their staffs, and you are paying what Nigeria is paying, that disparity should show in the pricing of the fuel. So I believe that we should be paying way lesser than what we are paying. I believe the true fuel per liter in Nigeria for local refinery like Dangote should be around 500.
Around 500.
That's 50% or nearly 50%.
The table is still speaking. Now, for everybody out there, remember that Dangote is a businessman. So for every businesses out there, competition is healthy for growth. But how do you go about it? Do you crash or do you fly? There's a whole lot to emulate from him, and let's keep growing. We need a lot more and a lot more companies like that particular one. Now, let's talk flight. Let's talk aviation. Now, African Airlines, they recorded a 7.3% increase in international passenger demand in October 2025, reflecting continued recovery and growth in the continent aviation sector, according to the International Air Transport Association, IATA. The October 2025 global passenger demand report showed that capacity for African carriers grew by 5.3% year-on-year, while the load factor, which measures how efficiently available seats are filled, rose by 74.1%. This marks a 1.4% point increase from October 2024. The data highlights improving passenger confidence and rising travel demands across regions. Despite global economic headwinds and persistent operational challenges, IATA noted that Africa's air traffic recovery remains on track, but urged governments to continue improving aviation infrastructure, remove bottlenecks, and harmonize regulations to support sustainable growth. Industry stakeholders have also called for greater collaboration among African airlines under the single African air transport market to enhance connectivity and reduce costs. Now, the first question I had that was coming to my mind when I saw this 7.3% growth for October, I asked myself, hold on. Are these not Africans or business people moving homewards because of the end of the year festivities and family and home and business thing?
Yeah, it might be, but almost about 50% of the countries on the continent are now promoting tourism, which is a good thing.
Okay.
So, and a lot of generally, globally, there is more interest in Africa now. And, unlike the perception about Africa, people from other parts of the world are interested to see what is going on in Africa. So there are so many African, we like to think that, especially Lagos is promoting tourism, but countries like Sierra Leone, Ghana, they are doing a whole lot. There is, giving citizenship to Western people that have traced their DNA to certain roots in Gabon, so there is a whole lot coming, and there is more curiosity of black people wanting to come to see their roots now, more than ever. Last night, somebody tweeted that he just landed in Lagos through a flight, and he said the number of foreign people on the flight is astonishing. So right now,
whereas we are jackparing that way, they are jackparing this way.
I mean, we as a people, we need to see things beyond the way we see it. There are no jobs in Nigeria, in Africa generally. That is why we are migrating. But there is so much potential to create something for startups
in Africa.
And that is why a lot of the investment that we see now are foreign investments coming. Almost all the restaurants, the lounges, the supermarkets in this part of the city are owned by foreigners. So there's something that they are seeing. They are seeing the potential. But we, psychologically, we've been trained from when we, started school to say, oh, you do this number of education and you get a job. And when we get to that point, we are disappointed, and that is why we are frustrated and we want to emigrate. We are not trained to see opportunities and sort of like create like a startup or create something like that. So we need to, do that psychologically rewiring of our brain as a people. But there is a special interest in Africa right now.
Okay, that special interest is our own interest. Now, we know very well that air traffic is directly proportional to business and money growth. And we are seeing this 7.7% increase in air traffic in Africa.
Yes.
Is it pointing to something that, money is moving that way?
Well, he rightly said, he mentioned one, aviation, tourism. We are also saying summits, business summits. This also brings in a large volume of traffic to that particular country where the summit is happening. Of course, there is also cross-border trade and business travel. neighboring countries trading with each other and all that. So it's a whole lot. Then there's the, of course, the dirty December, the diasporans coming home, you know, to enjoy themselves. Also, I mean, just like Mokhtar said that, the passenger said that the amount of foreigners coming in. Now, foreigners coming to Africa for tourism because they are beginning to see Africa as a place of tourism destination. They enjoy themselves. I mean, dirty December, they enjoy themselves in Lagos and some other places. We have the Calabar Festival, Carnival and all that. We have all their carnivals going on this December and everything. I mean, I saw a list of the dirty December and starting from the first week of December to the last week of December, all kinds of events going on. So that's what we are seeing. So all that wrapped together is what is bringing the influx. The business summit, tourism, cross-border trade, business trade and travel. These are what is actually bringing people in.
Okay, so Africa is the destination right now. And we want to see higher numbers. Now let's talk about the carriers. We have Airbus in Nigeria, which is flying international right now, yes, and doing good. We have those that have been there before. We have Ethiopian Air, Kenyan Air. How well do you think Africans should patronize African flagship carriers?
Well, I think it's a thing left to Africans also. Because whether we like it or not, whether African, international airfares are still expensive. So there's a competition, there's room for competition there now. As the local ones, if they can give some sort of...
They are not local ones anymore, they are all international.
They are all, I mean, locally owned.
Okay.
Locally owned, the ones that are locally. You're advocating for us patronizing locally owned international airlines, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There's room for competition. The ones that are locally owned, for December or the Yuletide season, they can give some form of 10%, 20% discount. I remember also someone said, I can't remember who said it, that, okay, I remember now. Someone said that he entered there's a particular airline that he likes to travel or use, that they serve real meals. Now, this is something Nigerians always complain about.
A Nigerian airline?
Nigerian airline.
Call the name.
It's A1 Jet or something. I can't remember the name of the carrier and all that.
Okay.
But he said they served good meal. Now,
on local flight?
Yes.
Okay.
That's another way we can actually come in, serve good. Because when you go and patronize some of these airlines, local or this, especially local, they give you, is it snacks and a drink and all that.
Call the names.
I'm not in the business of demarketing or marketing anymore.
They just give you buns and one small cake and one small one.
So this is where they can actually scale up. Because if, for instance, I take a flight from here to Abuja and they give me a proper meal, and I come back to the office and say, Chooks, that airline I took, they actually, you will now want to, patronize that particular airline. That is how it spreads. I mean, there are other things that you can actually do, not just meal.
Okay. And we need to review the prices of regional flights within Africa. It's actually too expensive. For example, if a Nigerian airline can fly from Lagos to Abuja, for example, for $120,000, which is less than $100. Why are you now going to Ghana? There is the same hour of flights, the same 1 hour, and you are charging 500,000, 600,000. So, and if you go to Europe or the American sub-region, flight within Europe is usually $200, $150, and it kind of like encourage a lot of people to travel. That's why you see when Nigerians go there to study, within 6 months, they've taught almost all the countries in Europe. Yeah. But here, regionally, we have access, as a Nigerian now, we have access to go to all the ECOWAS countries without visa. But a lot of Nigerians cannot go because it just does not, the flight prices just not reflect the hour of the journey. So there's something that, I don't know if it's the airport charges for international flight within the region, but these ECOWAS countries, for example, needs to come together to remove that bottleneck, to promote inter-trade within the sub-region and tourism.
Also, Chooks, I've also heard that, I mean, it's more expensive to fly from Nigeria outside the country than, for instance, Ghana to...
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
we need to also look at that.
Yes, it is.
That part.
Yes, so I hope Festus Keamo is taking note and his assistants are taking note. We really need all these bottlenecks off the way so that business and travel can really take shape and take flight. We're going on a very short break. When we return, SBA will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as a majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, Strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is still SOUQ business landscape, and we are still on aviation. Now let's talk aviation security, aviation safety to be precise. Now, for those that are still trying to get it, for a lot of people, a lot of flights are being recalled as we speak, majorly for manufacturers to take note and take care of some particular issues. Now, Airbus is to withdraw over 6,000 A320 jets over flight control risks. Now, don't worry, don't fret. Now, European air manufacturer Airbus has announced that immediate withdrawal of more than 6,000 of its A320 family aircraft. These are to undergo urgent modifications. Now, the decision may not disrupt, but it will definitely disrupt flight schedules globally following discovery that solar radiation, yes, you heard us, solar radiation can corrupt data vital to jet flight control systems. Now, according to Reuters report, Airbus made the request after identifying the vulnerability during routine testing. The company is now working with aviation regulators and airline operators to implement necessary fixes and ensure passenger safety. This is one particular story that when we got a hand of it, I said, okay, thank God. Accident did not happen for them to investigate and find this out. This was their own regular routine investigation, and they discovered that, hey, hold up, there's a problem that needs fixing. Now, they are looking at recalling over 6,000 of their products that are, as we speak, in active duty.
Right.
And how is this not going to affect schedule across the globe?
It's definitely going to affect schedule, but I think everybody would prefer to have a cancelled flight or delayed flight than to lose their life to an avoidable accident. So I like that he's very responsible of the company to call back those flights that has the problem that can potentially lead to mass loss of lives.
Okay, something we're not sure. Now, let's look at it from this other angle. Do you see a possibility of lawsuits coming after this?
Well, it might not. It depends on where the lawsuit is coming from, because yes, there will be flight cancellations and flight delays. So what is now left for Airbus is to make sure these fixes are done within a space of time so that it will avoid lawsuit. Because, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, then lawsuits can start coming in.
But Mia, you know that this fixes is going to be batch by batch. They're not just going to send 6,000 of the products to one particular factory or one particular location. It has to happen set by set. They fix maybe this country, or they take this particular airline and the next airline. Yeah, it's going to take time.
Apart from lawsuits, there's going to be a revenue shortfall. Definitely, they are going to lose a lot of customers. And if someone who is sharp,
for airlines.
Yes, a major investor can use this as an opportunity to sell something better than this to the customers. They are great customers, but I'm sure they are well insured. Of course, they have their own back door, or second backup plan to litigations and all that.
Okay, well, in short, backdoor backup plan, better late than never. I think that is one particular thing we want to focus on right now. And they are a company, a big company that is proactive. That's a good one. Now, for oil markets, those still wondering, oil prices are going to rise because OPEC Plus and OPEC they've confirmed that Q1 output will pause. Now, people were wondering for a very long time that OPEC was going to really increase production quota. Now, oil prices rose on Monday, that's today, after OPEC Plus confirmed it would maintain current production cuts through the first quarter of 2026, reinforcing market expectation of tighter supply. The decision comes as geopolitical concerns grow around Venezuela's political stability and potential disruption to its oil exports, further boosting bullish sentiment in the market. Traders say the combination of OPEC Plus supply restraint and possible Venezuelan output risk is likely to keep prices supported in the short term, particularly as winter demand picks up in the northern hemisphere. Analysts noted that while OPEC Plus remains focused on market stability, uncertainty around compliance by some members and the evolving global economic outlook may limit upside momentum. Brent crude was up more than 1% in early trading, reversing last week's losses and heading back towards the 85 barrel mark, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate also rose to around 80. These are good times for crude and crude indices. Very good time. If you remember very well, Trump had to travel to Saudi to go and say, hold up, don't increase production. And now Venezuela, which happens to be one of the major production houses, production powerhouses, they've been inconsistent for a very long time. Well, we know that there is a lot of political and U.S. involvement in that too. But right now, they are holding and saying, no, we're not increasing. Do you think oil is going to go beyond the 80 marks, heading to the 100 marks? Do you see a better, or one of those surprises that happened some years back?
Trump and the prince happen to be in a good place now. But the prince of Saudi he has shown that he's unpredictable. In the past, we've seen him, have an agreement, have an handshake, and then he goes back to increase production.
But he never did that with Trump.
But what he has done with Trump is, yes, it's too early to judge because Trump is barely a year in office. But what we've also seen is that during the sanction for Russia, the prince has been helping Russia to sell their crude oil. So the prince does not really play, he does what pays Saudi. That's what makes him different.
Politics of interest.
So if the arrangements suit Saudi, they are going to play.
Okay.
But these current arrangements now favors, imagine, we used to be a major player, but, over the years, we've not been that. So this policy will kind of help countries like Nigeria. We are going to get more revenue. We can invest more to be able to exploit more. Okay. So, and this interest is not going to favor other people that we are in competition with. So if they see it that way, they might decide to pump more oil to, keep the prices low. So right now, the global oil market is not exactly a tea party. Everybody, OPEC is just like a formality. Everybody is playing the politics of interest right now.
If you say OPEC is a formality, OPEC is like the mainstay right now.
Right now, but we've seen OPEC members do things against OPEC regulation, and they get a slap on the wrist. They get away with it.
Okay, if you say they got away with it. Now, he has already told us, okay, on the flip side, Nigeria stands to benefit. We sought OPEC's approval for increased quota, which we also got. But the problem right now is even meeting that particular quota we sought for. How can we really latch onto this and benefit from these prices right
I think we've already shared some of the solutions in prior topics. States should start drilling.
States?
If states actually start drilling or partner with, I mean, like the Ondo State and Canada partnership, something like that. If we get more states to do that, that would also scale up.
Do we have any states, as we speak right now, do we have any states drilling?
No,
we don't.
Not right now.
Ondo State, and I think it's about maybe probably 3 to 6 months they will start, you know, the drilling and all that. Then the oil licenses we've given out, what is happening to it?
Well, that is another question.
As a matter of fact, states can start drilling. It's not necessarily only states that have oil. Any state that have money can actually go to any state that have oil to invest their money and start drilling. Most of the companies that are drilling oils in Nigeria are not Nigerian companies. They come here. And so why can't state governments invest in that? Through almost a lot of the states have like an investment agency. Like Lagos State, they have, is it Odua something, a whole investment that is run like a company that can invest in different sectors. In Oyo State, they have an investment agency as well. In Kwara State, they have Harmony Holdings. So they can use their agency that is like a corporate body to invest in oil and gas too. Not just about building malls or, you know, building housing, airports. The airport is not even profit-driven. It's for optics. It's just for the headline. While we can commend them that for some states it is good for, you know, development and all of that. But we've seen a lot of states, Niger State, for example, now, their airports cannot be viable. Right now, most of the passengers are Abuja passengers.
Abuja passengers. That airport
so they just fly to Niger State and go by road. So you don't really need an airport in Niger State because the economic activity there is not sufficient enough to support the passenger demand of a traffic of a functional airport.
But so they need a major rail line.
They need a major rail line, and if your agricultural program has reached the part where you are a major exporter, yes, you might need a cargo airport too.
Which they can convert the one they have there.
They can convert. So,
and there is supposed to be a port there, which government spent millions and or if not up to billions, and well, it's just like you said, it's for the headlines. Yes, let's get to our last story for today before we run off from here. It has to do with digital assets. Bitcoin dropped below 86,000 as crypto markets see sharp sell-offs. Now, Bitcoin and other major cryptocurrencies fell sharply on Monday, with Bitcoin plunging below 86,000 and Ether tumbling over 7% as the broad market sell-off swept through the digital asset space. The sharp decline wiped billions of total crypto market value triggered by a combination of profit-taking, global risks of sentiment, and concerns over potential regulatory tightening in key markets. Bitcoin drop marks its steepest intraday slide in weeks, pulling back from the recent high near 90,000. Ether, the second largest cryptocurrency, fell to around 4,003. Well, it fell to about 2,600 and something as of today. Okay, now let's look at it from this other point. Several countries are adopting already. Several countries are holding it as assets. Yet, why are we seeing this kind of drop?
Because some of the major holders sold off their crypto a few weeks ago.
They are just okay. They've made a lot of profit. Let's take profit.
And you know, people see it as an indication that they probably have access to an information that they don't have. So
that we don't have.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you see a major holder of an asset, you know, liquidating it, it sends a signal. And when you see somebody investing heavily, the last time that earlier this year when crypto went really high, Elon Musk procured a large, you know, crypto, and then there were so many comments by the White House through Donald Trump, you know, about U.S. holding some of his foreign reserve in Bitcoin and all of it. So he encourages people to invest the demand come and the prices went up. So these are the things that people just look at.
Major players are toiling. They are toiling with our emotions. Okay, now let's look at it. In the last 365 days, Bitcoin has gone from about 40 something thousand all the way to 400 and more than 365 days, all the way to 120 something thousand. So if somebody is taking profit, the person is taking major profits. And if that person is taking this profit, the person is waiting for it to go south somewhere, a particular point, and he'll come back into the market. What should we be looking out for?
Well, usually they say you buy the dip. You know, the funniest thing was...
Where is the dip going to be? That is what I want to know.
The funniest thing, when Ethereum was about 50,000, I bought into it.
When Bitcoin was about 50,000?
No, Ethereum. 50,000 Naira.
Okay, 50,000 Naira.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bought into it, but I later sold because the perception then when it was declared that it was illegal to have this kind of things, so I had to just sell it off. But looking at how far it has gone now, you know, well, sort of regrets and all that, but then again, we move. But basically... We
move. 50,000
Naira.
What's the value right now?
Right now, in Naira?
Ethereum, yeah, right now.
It's about 2007 something. So if you say in Naira, it's about almost 4 million.
4 million, yes.
From 50,000. Okay. Anybody on this table, what's the dip like? You know what that dip is likely going to be?
It's not predictable because it's not predictable because it's not something that we can calculate. It's just if Trump wakes up tomorrow now and say, okay, the U.S. government is going to be paying all Americans in Bitcoin. Price will go to $150,000.
Remember the time Elon Musk just tweeted
million.
Elon Musk just tweeted Dodge.
Yes,
and so what happened?
And over
Dodge. That's all.
Over 3 zeros, over 2 zeros were cancelled out. Yeah, once again, thank you very much. Remember, whatever you hear here. Oh, good. It's not financial advice, but remember this: we need to grow this country, and it starts from you growing your economy and doing it nationally. Thank you very much for being part of SBL today. We'll do this again tomorrow. This is our country. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. See you tomorrow.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's do this again tomorrow. Be patriotic. Always think ownership. Nigeria can only move forward if we decide to do our own part. Keep liking, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shukoya.
Amen.
I want to wish our viewers a productive week. Have a great day ahead.
Okay.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. I then went back to England for my master's, and from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our society and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But I did talk about Kikere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do in IT, in everything. Women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to no. She's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. You know. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage, is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Jimmy Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, if I arrive from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up to now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at a point, just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. We know in the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. You know, a young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen, and the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the, the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there is no process, you're just wasting your time. So there is, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module. You have the restaurant and bar modules. You have the accounting module, the inventory module. You know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future. in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. You know? And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, you know, the kind of the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened, you know, with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't, you know, don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, you know, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, you know, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, I mean, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, you know. Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you know, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You know, you maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. You know, let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. You know, in my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. You know, simple, you know, steps of creating a brand. You know, I mean, I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You know, you just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, you know, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave a practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, we talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September, you know. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, you know, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions, you know. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, you know. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be in the, we call it investment roundtable, will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand, that's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja, you know. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know. And until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. But we always advise that, you know, owners should look at, you know, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, you know, hospitality is going. You know, we talk about sustainability, you know, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. You know, those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know? A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, you know, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Enimelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien. Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the groove of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side knows. So in that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance,
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I am Olumide Shukoya. Now let's begin. The federal government has introduced a comprehensive plan to modernize livestock farming as a long-term solution to recurring clashes between farming and herding communities. Announced through the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, the initiative focuses on structured ranching, improved animal husbandry, and full integration of the livestock value chain into the national economy. Government officials say the goal is to transform conflict-prone regions into productive agricultural zones that generate jobs, strengthen food security, and reduce communal tensions aggravated by climate pressures and competition for land. Under the reform, the government will also expand military and intelligence capacity, advance state police pressures, and increase social investment, and support vulnerable citizens and rural enterprises. With the new road, rail, and power infrastructure being deployed nationwide, the administration believes that the modernized livestock system, combined with ongoing partnerships such as Brazil-backed ranching project in Niger State, will convert long-standing flashpoints into stable centers of growth. Authorities say the initiative is designed not just to reduce violence, but to build resilient rural economies capable of sustaining Nigeria's long-term development. The Ondo State Governor, Mr. Lucky Ayedatiwa, has approved a $42 million agricultural city project in Iju Agboni and Orionhi within Ose local government area. The initiative, to be executed by Carnegie Agricultural Limited under the federal government framework for responsible and inclusive land-intensive agriculture, aims to expand large-scale farming and strengthen economic productivity. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry, Leye Akinola, said the state signed a land lease agreement as guarantor to ensure transparency and protect investor commitments. Akinola explained that the project will create significant employment opportunities as over 60% of the workforce will come from the host communities. He added that the development will reduce insecurity, revive Akunu Cattle Ranch, and accelerate food production across the Northern Senatorial District. He also noted that Carnegie Agricultural Limited will deliver corporate social responsibility projects, including boreholes, solar power, and a health facility to support surrounding communities. Now, the Kano State government and the Dangote Group are strengthening industrial and commercial partnerships at the 46th Kano International Trade Fair as visitors engage the company's pavilion to explore its expanding product line. Kano Commissioner for Investment and Commerce, Shehu Shugagi, said the state is deepening collaborations with conglomerates to boost trade capacity, drive private sector investment, and support government policies that create a favorable business environment. He noted that the Dangote Group remains a key sponsor of the fair and a central contributor to the state's economic advancement. According to the company, a major component of the partnership is the development of a world-class rice milling plant designed to enhance local rice production and modern processing standards. The Dangote Group, through the Aliko Dangote Foundation, is also running extensive social programs, including distribution of 120,000 rice bags, nutrition support for children with severe acute malnutrition, and micro-grants for women and vulnerable groups. The Kano Chamber of Commerce confirmed that the fair hosts over 1,000 exhibitors, while Dangote Fertilizer Limited recently secured the Top Agricultural Input Award at the National Agricultural Show. The Bank of Thailand is set to introduce new foreign exchange measures aimed at easing appreciation pressure on the baht and tightening oversight of gold-related currencies transactions. The central bank's move follows a roughly 1% strengthening of the baht over the past week, driven by a weaker US dollar, increased forex sales by exporters, rising bond inflows, and a more than 4% surge in global gold prices. Assistant Governor Pimpin Charakwan emphasized that the policy adjustments are designed to maintain financial stability and prevent excessive market volatility. The initiative reflects Thailand's broader strategy to manage currency fluctuations while supporting trade and investment flows. By monitoring gold-related forex activities and introducing targeted interventions, authorities aim to prevent speculative pressure and that could disrupt domestic markets. Observers note that such measures are crucial for sustaining investor confidence, promoting orderly currency movement, and safeguarding the economic gains of exporters and market participants amid global financial uncertainties. Turkey's economy grew 3.7% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2025, below economists' expectations of a 4.2%, signaling potential for further interest rate reductions by the central bank. On a quarterly basis, the economy expanded 1.1% from July to September, slightly below the previous quarter's 1.6% growth, but above the forecast of 0.5%. Analysts attribute the slowdown to moderating domestic demand and external pressures, while noting that quarterly resilience suggests underlying economic stability. The central bank may continue easing monetary policy to stimulate growth and maintain investor confidence. Authorities are expected to balance rate cuts with inflationary concerns, aiming to sustain domestic consumptions, exports, and long-term economic stability. Observers say this measure's approach seeks to support employment, industrial activity, and Turkey's broader development agenda amid global economic uncertainties. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly, it's Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I love cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas you might already know but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean, which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans surrounded by sweet pod. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle, such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pods or plastic bags. These seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high-yield and disease-resistant cocoa varieties like CRI series from Ghana or Amazonia and Trinitario hybrids. Number 4. Secure land. Choose land in a cocoa-friendly zone. Test the soil to ensure it's fertile and free from waterlogging. 5. Set up a nursery. Germinate seeds in polybags or trays for 3 to 4 months before transplanting. Alternatively, buy seedlings from a certified nursery. 6. Land preparation and planting. Clear the land and provide shade. Cocoa doesn't like direct sunlight. Space your cocoa trees 3 times 3 meters apart. Include shade trees like banana or plantain in the early years. We move to 7. Now regular maintenance. Weeding, pruning, mulching, and pest disease control are crucial. So apply manure or fertilizer as needed. Number 8 tips you need to know is harvest and post-harvest handling. Cocoa pods are ready when they turn yellow or orange. Harvest with care. Don't damage the tree. Ferment beans 5 to 7 days and dry them thoroughly for quality. And now it's time to make the cash. The number 9 tips is to market and sell. Connect with local cocoa buyers, processors, or cooperatives. Remember that quality beans fetch better prices. Hence, focus on good fermentation and drying. Lastly, I bring you the number 10 tip. Think long term. Cocoa is a long-term investment, so be ready for it. No complaints or over-agitation. Consider forming or joining a farmer cooperative for support and better access to resources. May I add that to begin a cocoa farming business, it is important to establish a comprehensive business plan. This plan should encompass key aspects such as a business description, product offerings, organizational structure, marketing strategies, competitive analysis, operational procedures, and financial details. These elements are crucial for laying a solid foundation to successfully launch and grow your cocoa farming venture. Kindly do a very detailed research to support the tips I just shared with you. So when you get in, you can come out with encouraging profits. Note, this is not a professional guide. It is just a heads up, a way to call your attention or pull you out of the lost crowd so you can begin to think differently and think business. Until I see you again, I am Grace Komalafe signing out on Cashcraft.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Though has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruit, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6. Think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people, creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles' economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries, in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of protected marine areas in the world, with over 30% of its seas classified as such. In addition to protecting marine habitats, this keeps tourism viable and attracts eco-aware tourists and foreign partners. Seychelles has also adopted blue economy practices, using the ocean to spur innovation in marine research, sustainable fishing, and renewable ocean energy. Through these initiatives, Seychelles is positioned not just as a tropical retreat, but also as an example of how tiny countries may prosper by protecting and enhancing their natural environment. Seychelles has been a continental leader in the blue economy idea, which uses ocean resources responsibly to boost economic growth in addition to pleasure. By issuing a blue bond in 2018, it raised $15 million to finance sustainable fisheries and marine initiatives, making it the first nation in the world to do so. Additionally, the nation has set aside almost 400,000 square kilometers of its oceanic territory, roughly 30% of its exclusive economic zone, for regulated usage and conservation. In addition to protecting the Seychelles' beautiful waterways, these programs help the country's standing as a climate-conscious travel destination worldwide. By doing this, Seychelles has shown that preservation of the environment and economic growth do not have to conflict. On the contrary, they may support one another when handled with care and foresight. I'm Moyosore Adebi, and this is Just Africa.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art. woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm a people man now. I'm supposed to like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still in this business, my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically.
Yeah, hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, we want to ask one important question. Do you know that urban mobility in African cities is at a crossroad? From endless traffic to overcrowded buses, rising transport costs, unsafe roads, and the stress that comes with just trying to get to work. Urban mobility has become one of the biggest challenges of modern African life. Without intervention, these issues threaten not only economic growth, but also public health and social equity. This is Just Africa. Here, we explore the people, ideas, and movements shaping our continent's future. We break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the business stories differently. I am Omevi Idolo, and I have with me Emmanuel Amulu in the studio.
I decided to
Hi,
tweet
Emmanuel.
today looking like you. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Thank you so much for joining us today's episode of the show. And of course, we're discussing something very, very, very unique that touches us, especially in urban cities, which is transportation.
Yeah.
How do we level up in the 21st century, especially now that there's tech? What are the challenges that are still inhibiting, proper transportation, especially in communal cities like this that are expanding in population? So, I mean, we're going to be having a robust conversation today. We need to pay attention to it.
There's a whole lot for us to really discuss. So today's episode of Just Africa aims to explore practical pathways to sustainable urban transport solutions, highlighting innovative strategies, policy frameworks, and actionable initiatives. You stay with us, we'll go on this quick break, and we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and ensure you follow Just Africa on YouTube. Just Africa on YouTube. Of course, you like, share, comment, and of course, some of your comments will be read during the live show. Today, we're still talking about transportation, rethinking urban mobility, pathways to sustainable transport in Africa. We will examine how African cities can transition from car-dominated systems to more inclusive, environmentally friendly, and socially equitable transport network. And today we are having a special guest. I call him a special guest. He's an analyst, he's a show host. In fact, he's very intelligent and smart, and we call him the Oracle. We have Chooks in the studio. Hello, Chooks. Rogers.
Let's your title like that.
I was shocked. I thought
That's Chooks Rogers. Well, that's what we call him sometimes. Because he has a lot to say.
there is only one Araku here, and that's Doctor.
I know. My doctor, the outside is not here.
You have to call like Bishop. Good afternoon and welcome to Just Africa. It's nice being here.
Yes, thank you, Chooks, for joining us on today's episode of Just Africa. We're looking at rethinking mobility in Africa in terms of transportation. So when you're talking to an average African on the street or on the street of Lagos, Nairobi, Ghana, anywhere, when we say rethinking mobility, what do you think? What does that mean to the average African out there?
Well, it means different things to different people. For those in urban cities that are crowded urban cities, to be precise, the first thing that comes to mind is solution. But for those in rural areas, they don't have issues with transportation. They are still stuck in their old ways of movement, even though it can get better. But for those in urban cities and fast business moving cities, they know that 30% of their monthly income for those that work monthly pay is going into transportation. And for some people, more than 30%. So anything that can bring that down and get them to where they are going to on time without spending hours, man-hours in traffic, they are up for it. So that is the thought that comes to people depending on the region and the side of town where you live.
Yes.
So we do know that one of the things that are particular or peculiar to urban cities is traffic, heavy traffic. And sometimes it can't even be avoided, right? But now that we are rethinking it, are there alternatives that can help shorten travel time? What options are available? Especially cities like Lagos, what can we employ?
Okay, and now there is every major city in the world has issues with traffic. Every major city in the world. Why? Because as population grow, people are getting wealthier, people are getting richer. It might not be richer cash-wise or asset-wise, but also people are having easy access to afford vehicles. So you have more vehicles on the road. So you might have families that have 1, 2, 3 vehicles, depending on the country. For those that don't pay tax on vehicles, then you have more. And for countries that pay tax on vehicles, maximum 2. But you see that it now depends on how do you commute. Now, work hours, work days is the same worldwide. Mondays to Friday, people transit from home to office, from office back home. So that is the days where you have a large chunk of traffic. That movement to work, movement back from work. Now, cities have tried their best to innovate. In Africa, let's take Nigeria for example. Before now, in the early 80s, there were number plates and specific times of day number plates could work. But that was also looking at private cars. So we are telling you, okay, everybody put your car on the road, and for us to innovate to the future, which is where everybody is heading to, we must have less cars on the road. That is the only solution. But for us to have less cars on the road, we have to make provision that I want to ride in, you want to ride in. Now, before now, we had Molue for those in Lagos.
Those school buses.
School buses is nice. Now, Molue functioned at a time. Then it transited to the red buses, the blue buses. Then BRT came. What did Fashola, Tinubu Fashola do? They created, Fashola to be precise, created lanes for these buses. And these buses had no issue with traffic. Now, just think if by now we had times 10 of those buses, of that service working by now, it would decongest the road a whole lot. What if we had times 100 of it, plying the entire Lagos, that is the major concentrated city in Nigeria? Then you have Ibadan, then you have Onitsha, then you have Port Harcourt. So what if we have this replicated in all these cities and they are functional? It will take at least 10 to 20% traffic off the road. So this is futuristic. Now for Lagos, we've been blessed with waterways. What are we doing with it? We've been blessed with our ability to construct rail, which is happening now.
Yes.
What have we been sleeping on it? So this is transportation. It's not of the future because other countries have done that already.
It's our past.
Yes. So if we are waking up to it, we should be fast about it.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're talking about other means of transportation instead of just focusing on the road, because most times when we talk about mobility, the first thing that comes to mind is the road.
Yes.
And one of the questions someone was asking was, now that we have seen government, we've seen leaders, all they do is road expansion. Yet, the transportation system is not getting better. We've seen roads, yes, from one lane, they increase it to 4 lanes and all that. And the transportation system, the traffic is increasing by the day. What are we missing? What are we not getting right? Because you use the BRT, for those in Lagos, you've used the BRT as an instance. And sometimes the traffic actually affects BRT commuters.
Yeah, for roads where there are no BRT lanes.
No, maybe a particular breakdown somewhere can affect the whole of Lagos. But the focus now is we keep expanding roads, yet the traffic keeps building. What could be the cause, or what are we not getting right?
We forget that it doesn't matter the amount of road you expand. The cars on that road is not reducing. Rather than it's increasing.
Yes.
I can bet you that is presenting, looking this dashy and beautiful, in the next 2-3 years, you add one more car to your fleet.
And the spouse, a partner,
yes,
will have their own.
Then your boyfriend, your husband will add one more car to his fleet. That's +2 on Lagos Road.
I tell the next man not to do the same.
You're telling the next man not to do the same.
So I think there's something that we should actually do.
The only thing we can do is to make me and you not thinker of buying cars,
yes,
but give me a solution that can...
An alternative.
Yes, thank you very much. That can take me to where I want to go to and come back comfortably and secure. Then I will buy car for social movement, not for transiting every day to work. So let's take another example. We are Africans. So let's also talk about where we are coming from. Yeah. Most people see safety as ability to put my leg on the ground. That is my own safety. So if anything is wrong, my leg is on the ground, I can find my way.
Yes.
That is an African's first mindset on safety. But now we are talking about waterways. So it's going to take a while to convince me to use the waterways. But at the same time, it has to be very safe. And 99% of people transiting from Ikorodu, for those that don't know Lagos, that's why you should come to Nigeria. Transiting from Ikorodu to the island, don't need to go on the road.
No.
Because the waterways is faster, way faster.
There's no traffic on it.
You will do, let's say you do 1 hour, 30 minutes transiting from the road on a busy day. On that water lane, at most 15, 20 minutes, you are in your office. And the waters are crossing through most major offices in Lagos.
Yes.
From Aja down to VI, down to Ikoyi, down to Apapa. So what am I doing on the road?
Very true. I was going to ask, I know Africa seems to be, we are catching up, but we're slow in terms of creating these alternatives, right? Yes. And the truth is, the alternatives are the innovations that we need to see.
Yes.
But how do we consider the contribution to the carbon footprints that we create? Because look, as we are saying, we are not transiting as it is. We are still contributing to, we are still doing carbon emission because of the kind of vehicles that we have. How do we fix this part of the problem?
Okay, right now, Africa needs to grow. I am a proponent of, yes, we need to watch our carbon emission, watch our CO2 emission, but as we speak right now, we're not burning coal. We're not flying as much flight as developed economies is still a word I don't like using. We're not flying as much as the West. We're not flying as much as Asia. So what exactly are we contributing? What percentage of CO2 are we pushing out there? Now, we should also look at what's our major earner in Africa right now?
Crude.
So So if we transit that far, who's going to buy our?
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm coming from.
Yes.
We need to develop. We need this crude. We need to burn fuel.
Yes.
Burn fossil fuel to develop. At the same time, there is also gas. So right now, Nigeria is trying to transit to gas. This is our decade of gas.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of time. But we shouldn't put that in front. Mind you, we have a lot of car hailing services.
Yes.
Which also has to do with class. A lot of car hailing services are coming in, and they are coming in with e-vehicles.
Yes, electric vehicles.
But at the long run, are we making those vehicles? Are they being made here? So I will go for, while we are solving our problem and seeking solution, let the solution be bred in-house.
Okay. No, yes, people are clamoring for e-vehicles and all that. But the question is Africa really prepared for electronic vehicles? Are we ready? Is it affordable? Is it available? Is this something that, we know, yes, it is very good for our health, for the society generally, but do we even have the electricity to power these vehicles, even if they are available? Do you think Africa is generally prepared for those kind of cars?
I think I will return that question to you. Let's say we wake up one morning and all our cars go E. Who is going to buy the fuel from Dangote Refinery?
Which is supposed to be like our biggest sell-off right now, right?
You get it.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, though, as much as I see these alternatives working elsewhere, where we are, somehow, we're not even 100% there yet. Like where we currently are, with the current transportation models that we use, we are still not at 100, we're not at the peak yet. And then we want us to now transition fully into an alternative. It will take a while. I know you are saying we should catch up, and I do know that.
Okay,
I don't want us to catch up. If we are transiting, let us be the one making the vehicles.
Should we throw it away? Should we forget about the e-vehicles and focus on the fuel we're using?
We are still,
or maybe
we are moving.
we should use them side by side.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, when we were talking about we having, like, for example, building it here, right? Nobody says we can, but I'm saying people. That's why you're talking about the population size initially, and I said, okay, how do we get more people to be on the road, less people be on the road with their vehicles, and then do more BRTs? We have not capitalized on that yet. I want us to now transition to building e-vehicles, for example, or maybe having more CNG vehicles on the road. Are we not creating more problems?
Okay. Definitely, we need to create more problems to find solutions. Yes.
Okay. No, let me explain.
You make money off the solutions you offer.
True.
So we need to be able to find these problems, put them in the fore, then find inbred, in-house solutions that can make money for us, be it as individuals or as a nation or as a people. Now, the BRT solution, it's too politicized.
Yeah, fair point.
How do you mean?
Okay, now.
I know, but anyway,
if you look at the BRT services, by now, if we look at the way it started, by now I should be able to say every single 30 minutes,
yes.
Every 30 minutes, if not less than that, there is a BRT bus leaving CMS to any location in Lagos.
So any
by
location?
Now, yes. If you go to
time it.
If you go to the UK, that is, you know where once you get to your, you know the time that your buses are crossing your bus stop and going to the next bus stop, you know. So by now, that is where we should be. Which means if it's going to be every 30 minutes or 1 hour, that means they'll have enough buses on the road. But do we have that? No. Because the government is also trying to make way for some other players. I won't call them players, to be part of the transport system. But are they really the transport system of the future that we are looking for?
Yeah, let's not forget that some of the plans the government is making as far as Lagos State is concerned is the blue line. That's the train.
Okay.
So you understand that some parts, the BRT is not going to go to some places in Lagos. Instead, the train, the city train, will do that, just as it's happening from Festac to CMS or to Marina right now. Okay. You understand? So for me, I feel that the government has plans. The plans are that everybody is not compulsory from CMS to Aja that it has to be BRT. They might have a different plan, or definitely they have a different plan for Marina or CMS to Aja.
Okay.
It's obvious, yes, Ikorodu to CMS here, it's BRT. Okay. But we now know that Marina to Festac and that access is the train. So everybody can't do BRT.
Okay, can I like not a question. Train BRT, which one is cheaper? Which is a cheaper project to execute?
The BRT.
BRT. Train BRT, which is a faster project to execute.
It's still the BRT lane.
So why should you keep your people
down because
when you can execute a BRT project in 30 days, but you can't execute a train project in 2 years?
Yes, but after the accomplishment of the 2 years plan, for instance, for a train station, you will not calculate the number of persons a train will pick at a time.
I agree with you, but there are routes the train can go.
Yeah?
Train is not going to Ikoyi. BRT will go to Ikoyi. Train is not going to Ajangbadi. BRT will go to Ajangbadi. Train is not going into Badore. The BRT can go to Badore. It doesn't need to go into inner street. Yeah. It's just bus stop. It's just bus stop. So provide those BRT buses. The BRT, even the train at Marina, what happens? The BRT will take you, drop you there. You can enter the train and go to Festa, go to Mile 2. It's just faster means. We need the BRT, we need the train.
So two of them can coexist.
Yes, definitely. We need both of them. And we need not just having one train or 2 trains or 4 trips or 6 trips in a day. We need them every 30
Anytime
minutes.
I get to, that means sticking to that timing. So is it a flaw in the system or we are not ready yet?
It's scaling up. That is where the issue is. We need to scale up. The BRT has refused to scale up. The BRT service is a very novel project, but it needs to scale up beyond what it's been now. And not like, after a while, they started operating the BRT service as if it was a gift to Lagos people. It's a service you're rendering. So it should be a service. It should seem like a service. Now, we should not also look at the, how will I say it, the monies or the business of other players and forget that you are serving the good of a majority over other people. There's nobody stopping others from operating transport services. But make provision, more than enough provision for people of your state. We're just using Lagos as a point.
As
a point of example. It doesn't exonerate any other state. Use, contrary to Johannesburg, there we have traffic issues there. Ghana, Accra, you have traffic, but not too much. Same thing in other countries. We have to find solutions. And like I keep saying, we prefer homegrown solutions because if you find solutions outside, you are exporting your money. You are just exporting jobs. Because tomorrow, the BRT you go to get from outside, service parts, you still go to China. Train repair, you go to China. Train operation, you go to China. Service operation. So when are we going to have this set of things in-house?
Okay, so I know we've established that there are alternatives, right? How do you incentivize your people to embrace these alternatives that you have created? We know mass transit seems to be the mainstay right now that can help with the population. But how do you incentivize people to stay back on their own vehicles and then use what you have created for them? How do you incentivize them?
You might not need to incentivize it. Just make it good. Make the service good. That is all that is needed. Once the service is okay and good, people
by themselves.
People will naturally migrate to it. Let me give you an example. I don't know if you've seen this video. Some years back, Otedola went and boarded the BRT. The funny side of it is that most people that were in the BRT didn't even know.
They didn't realize it was the person that was inside.
They didn't realize he was the one that was there. And several other people just did the same thing too. I was on a BRT with some other artist. If the service is good, people will gravitate towards it. Now, why should I give myself stress if I know that, okay, there is a BRT bus service very close to my location? I just come out, get there, get into the BRT, and in 15 minutes, I'm on Marina. I walk to the office. Compared to spending 3 hours on the road and spending 3,000 naira, I can get and go back home with less than 1,000 naira.
Okay, all right. So, away from car-dominated cities and all that, so sometimes we don't look at the other side, and we keep talking about clean energy, and we don't talk about the bicycle.
Yes.
Nobody look at that area when roads are being constructed, because we're talking public transport now. Nobody talks about pedestrians. Consider the pedestrians. Nobody think of creating a walk path for them. Nobody is even thinking about bicycles. We are all talking about e-cars and the likes. The importance, don't you think that with the way things are now, with the way things are going, don't you think our roads need to be reconstructed and reintroduced? Because there was a time that bicycle lanes were on our roads. And recently we had a guest where we were talking about cycling as well. You're coming to Nigeria to distribute 1,000 bicycles to school children. And I ask a question, the children you are distributing this bicycle to, are they protected? Are they safe on our roads when cycling to school? Will one driver not blaze on and said, you know, those abusive words that they normally use and use it on those children, and even try to push that child away from the road? Don't you think, or what is the plan? What plan do you think the government, private sectors, anyone need to put in place as regarding pedestrians and bicycle lanes?
Okay, now you are hitting some tables. Now, for a while, we've seen road constructions that don't pay attention to pedestrian lanes and cycle lanes and all that. And majorly, most highways in Nigeria don't have those. But for trunk A roads, don't think about pedestrian.
I will come on now. I would expect something now. On trunk A roads, really?
Okay, so now the issue is this: for roads that most roads in Lagos that we don't have pedestrian lanes. For some other roads, we do. But the users of the road have converted those pedestrian ways into plying on it.
Or to markets.
Or some other people have converted them to market lanes. It's there, you see them.
Sure.
You see them. Now, this is another thing it's an enforcement thing. It's an enforcement thing, and it has to come from government. Where we have those lanes, we have to enforce that those lanes be kept free, and cars that we see plying on them need to be charged. If you have to impound them, you do. But for those that don't have them, we have to talk and say, okay, how do we create this? Let me give you an example. The Lekki-Ekpe stretch of it, there are no pedestrian lanes. In most part of it. In some part of it, there are, where you now have the curb and they lift it up a bit. But in most part, there are none. Even those places where you have them, you still see buses, very unruly drivers, who still go ahead, and where they're trying to maneuver, you see them getting there. And if you're walking there, they'll be asking you, is something wrong with you? Can't you see that this is a car lane? But this is where enforcement comes to play. For another issue is this: West Africa, we are a very hot climate. So you see less people riding bikes. But even at that, we should also at least give way to motorbikes, if not just bicycles. So we should have that at the back of our mind, that these are also road users. But you now get to also see that on a lot of Lagos roads, there are regulations on the power of bikes that are allowed to ply those roads.
Yes.
Which should not be. But over time, because of where we are coming from, if you remember, bikes were being used as a mode of transport. There's a particular CC that if your bike is not up to that, is not allowed to ply on those roads. A lot of Lagos roads, which should not be, but because of the peculiarity of where we are coming from. So these are things that should have to go back to the state, and the state will tinker it and proffer solutions. But if we need to really affect traffic, then we must decongest the road.
Are there ways where technology or data can help to improve transportation?
Definitely. That is where we come to play. This is where everybody needs to come. Everybody needs to come in. Now, if she made the mention of a simple issue as a breakdown truck,
okay,
can cause gridlock in the entire Lagos. But the truck broke down somewhere, let's say on
Otedola
Bridge. Or people going for service, a religious service. And the religious service is happening 20 kilometers away from Marina, but there's traffic in Marina. So this is where you're talking about technology, our ability to forecast. This event is going to happen. What alternative can you follow? So if you know that there is something that is happening in A, and you start making alternative arrangements for B, we won't all be heading towards A and lock the entire Lagos.
Yes.
Then also, when there is an event, there is an emergency, if we have the technology to know and report immediately for the people responsible to take action, this will also help in reducing traffic.
Yeah.
All the same, for a lot of the solution in Lagos is what's happening is blocking, stay where you are when it eases.
Yes, that's the best.
And then you start going. Well, that can also help. Then we just need to focus on the mass. What we have right now in the BRT, we need to focus on getting it better.
Yeah, scalable one.
Scale up, and scale up.
How do we get Africans, because we're talking, transportation in Africa, how do we get Africans to collectively, not a government top-down kind of approach now, collectively better transportation?
Behavior.
I've coconutted enough.
Yes, behavior.
Because it just seems like, okay, somebody's trying to provide a solution, but you just don't want to comply.
Behavior and enforcement. Now, I just like giving examples of, let's give an example of Onisha. The person on the road, the road marshal, the traffic warden, your major tax is not punitive. This is where we are missing it.
Yes, I know.
Road safety, your major tax.
It's not that money you want to collect.
Policeman, LASMA, your major tax is not punitive. It's not to punish. That is not your major tax. Your major tax is to direct people, teach people, make sure they do the right thing on the road. That is your major tax. It's when they don't do it after you have taught or after you have said, or when there is a repeat offender or he has already seen the law, that is when you now punish. But you also do not punish at the expense of other road users.
Exactly.
These are the major mistakes we keep seeing every day.
Yes.
You never punish at the expense of other road users. So if you must park somebody, he must not cause traffic. If you must charge somebody, he must not cause traffic, because him causing traffic is an offense on his own.
True. Fair point. Yes. And who is now responsible? The person who... That looks like the enforcer becomes part of the problem.
Exactly. So who is, at that point, who would you hold responsible? Is it the one who broke the law, the driver who broke the law, or the law enforcement agent that is holding the driver? Who is responsible at that point?
Well, at that point, if we are looking for who is responsible,
when you're talking about behavior change, it does look like it's no longer just the a person who makes the offense or the community people. Even those who make the laws or who are enforcing the laws need to change their behavior.
Definitely.
Because if we need to get our transportation to the point where it meets that threshold of, it has scaled up, I think all of us need to behave ourselves.
Yes, at this point, we will say a very big thank you to Chuks Rogers for his insights. We appreciate your time and the fact that you said awareness, not creating this awareness now, not just for the road users, but even to those who are enforcing the law. If you must punish someone, if you must correct a driver, it means you don't have to do it at the detriment of other road users. Yes, that's a take home. Thank you so much for coming on to this show.
Amolo,
I can see that, yes, you have also learned a lot today, right?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to look at practical examples and practical alternatives that we can create. And we had the conversation. I mean, at some point, it's like, how come we're not even expanding so much on our waterways?
Yes, exactly.
Because usually, if you check it by design, for example, most cities are only divided by that water. Why is the only road that we use to connect from city to city? You can use the water. And it's, well, I mean, some people say it's safe in comparison to maybe air transportation and maybe road transportation. You really see traffic. I don't know whether there's any place in this Africa where there's traffic on the water. Unless somebody wants to show me.
Okay, of course. I think the government and private sectors should look towards the waterways. It's very important. Let's give the roads some breaks. Someone like me, I really don't have any business
I would love to
on the
experience
road.
water,
Honestly, I really don't
travel.
have business. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake.
Yeah, welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. Yes, we want to ensure that we already want to play that you follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and follow us at Just Africa. So today, Africa's industrial and infrastructure landscape is witnessing transformative shifts, with major projects signaling the continent's increasing capacity for self-reliance and regional integration. One of the most significant moves is Aliko Dangote's Southern Africa expansion, including a $1 billion fertilizer plant and a 2,000-kilometer pipeline from Namibia's Walvis Bay through Botswana to Zimbabwe. Now you can see, Amulo, it's a huge expansion. it's a huge development for Africa. Yes. It's a whole lot. It puts Nigeria and Africa on the global space. Yes. You understand? On the global stage, rather. And of course, the rest of the world are looking at Africa and they're like, this is something big. This is something huge.
Yes. It's looking like, I think with Dangote, we know, I mean, Africa's richest, arguably Africa's richest person. But it's the fact that he decided to look inwards to see opportunities that many people before him perhaps did not even decide to want to venture into. But he's moving in, especially diversified into all these other places, signals that potentials are in here.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you need to be able to open your eyes to see the possibilities and invest. Because look, there are investment hubs.
Yep.
He has done fertilizer, he has done cement, he has done shipping, he has done refinery now, which was like one of the biggest one. And at the point of sounding modest, he's still open to expand more. And I feel like what he's showing, especially young entrepreneurs, is invest here. The solutions will come from in-house. We're shouting, oh, homegrown solutions. Investment too can be homegrown.
Yes.
Let's sit down, take your monies, put them in these places, and of course, grow the continent as well as growing your own personal pocket.
Yes.
So these opportunities are what we should be highlighting.
Yes. A major concern that when I was having this conversation with someone was like, what is the level of acceptability? How, why did he not put that investment in Nigeria? Why is it going outside Nigeria and all that? I was trying to explain to the person. I said, but instead of me explaining, a guest to come on the show and the person is going to ensure that your questions are answered. So in the second segment, the goal of this discussion is to clarify some issues that needed to be clarified. So like that person I was talking about, of course, the person is watching now, and the person is going to do all that.
Thank you so much to Simi Ajayi. I know I had to lay down the guy because I can't wait to... When I saw him write about this on his LinkedIn page, because I'm an ardent follower of him on LinkedIn, and he broke it down. He explained I said, no, let's come and have this conversation on Just Africa, because there are potentials that are in Africa, and we need to have these kind of conversations on the show.
Yes, so Simi Ajayi is a strategic consultant and financial analyst, diaspora investments in African markets. And he's joined us from Canada to have this robust conversation. His expertise in financial strategy, cross-border investments, and culturally contextual financial literacy makes him well-positioned to explain practical insights for investors and the broader economic impact of African nations. Hello, Simi. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Great. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. How is Canada right now?
Cold. Very cold.
Okay.
We are missing Nigeria.
You're missing it. Please come back home.
We will very soon.
All right. Okay, so diving into the conversation, can you contextualize Dangote's Southern Africa expansion within Africa's industrial development strategy?
Yeah, sure. So if you want to put Dangote's expansion to Southern Africa into context, you have to look at it from like a bigger perspective, right? It's a shift happening across Africa. The challenge with most African countries right now is that we follow a very extractive economic pattern, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So when we focus on fuel and oil and energy, what happens is that we export crude oil and minerals, and then we spend billions importing refined fuel. That doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah. We import chemicals and finished products from Europe, Middle East, wherever we can get it from. Now, the problem with this model is that it creates jobs elsewhere, it builds industries elsewhere, and then it leaves our economies constantly dependent on foreign suppliers, right? What Dangote is doing both with the mega refinery in Nigeria and his expansion into South Africa, Southern Africa, he's flipping that script. So instead of shipping our crude abroad, the refinery process is happening right here with us, right? And instead of African countries importing fuel from Europe or the Middle East, Dangote is creating an intra-African supply chain. So what happens is that you refine it in Lagos, ship through our ports, store it, in Namibia, the Walvis Bay, right? And distribute across the landlocked SADC markets, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Zambia. So if you look at it from that perspective, it's not just a business expansion, it's an attempt to build an African to African industrial corridor, which is the main reason why I wrote about this. And that corridor does three important things, right? First, it keeps value inside the continent, right? We don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to spend money outside Africa. We keep everything inside Africa. When you refine locally, the jobs, the skills, foreign exchange, everything stays in here. Second, it turns our coastline into economic engines, right? Nigeria is lucky enough to be a coastline country, and we have a port. And that trade corridor exists in which, we're exporting and importing. Third, it moves us closer to the vision of the African continental free trade area, which is, the vision is basically African supplying African. So a quick example, just to make it clear, would be if I'm a lover of jollof rice, which I am, and let's assume I'm living in a city in which I have to drive 20 minutes to go and buy jollof rice.
Yes.
But somebody opens a jollof rice restaurant or shop or whatever, just next to me where I live.
Yes.
Right? As long as the jollof rice next to me is of similar quality and price to, where I used to go 20 minutes drive, then I will buy from the person next to me, right?
Yes, yes.
So that's what Dangote is really doing. So once you build these industrial anchors, you create opportunities everywhere in logistics, fertilizer, agri-processing. It's a ripple effect, right? Warehousing, trucking, everything. The 2,000-kilometer pipeline from Walvis Bay, for instance, through Botswana to Zimbabwe, it's not about fuel. It's a regional backbone for trade and mobility. So if Dangote succeeds, if Alhaji Dangote succeeds in his Southern African expansion experiment, he'll be remembered as one of the first large-scale examples of Africa building regional industrial power. And it's not a national project. Now it's an African project. And that's the bigger opportunity. It's showing investors, people everywhere in the world, and even young Nigerians, young Africans, that Africa is not just a consumption market. It's a production frontier. Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Sibi, the truth is, your response has answered most of the questions. About 5 questions that I wanted to ask. You've taken them off. But okay, now we're talking specifics. Now, what are the key opportunities that exist in this value chain? Because look, the truth is, everybody wants to invest somewhere. Show the potentials that exist. That's okay. How I see, with this, I can invest here. Explain some of them.
So it's really interesting. So once you build a pipeline, so what Dangote is doing right now is in Southern Africa, and one of the reasons why I got excited was because he exported the opportunities, so to speak, into another region. So when you build a pipeline and a fertilizer plant at this scale, scale is also very important. What happens is that you're not moving, it's not trade anymore. So Alhaji Dangote himself is evolving. He's not just moving products. He's no longer just a trader, Of course, he's a manufacturer now. But what he's doing right now is creating ecosystems. So let's start with just logistics. A 2,000-kilometer pipeline and new fuel storage in Namibia, what it does, it instantly creates demand for trucking fleets. So if, drivers, people who have trucks, tank farms, maintenance companies, spare parts, suppliers. It's so immense, even digital monitoring systems. So every fuel corridor, you need drivers, you need repair hubs. So you can't, if you have thousands and thousands of trucks, you can't have Muda, the mechanic, repairing all these trucks. What you need is a repair hub, like a system of mechanics.
Yes.
And you need all sorts of services. So, investors can look at trucking cooperatives, fleet financing, warehousing, and even tech startups can, look into this and see what they can get out of it. And that's just the pipeline side. On the agricultural side, the fertilizer plant opens opportunities in logistics, input distribution, agri-processing, irrigation, storage. There are so many opportunities that come from him just creating these fundamental services, right? Export-focused processing. So when you create a fertilizer plant, what happens is that the cost of fertilizers drop. And then supply becomes predictable. It becomes easier to run commercial farms, right? Farms at a large scale, food processing plants. So you can just imagine the number of jobs that are being created in that region just because you created this fertilizer plants, right? And this pipeline. Export-oriented agribusiness, and investors can plug into every point of that value chain, from seed to storage to processing. And then one of the things a lot of people overlook is industrial real estate. So take it. Yeah, the way the real estate market changed in Lekki when he opened up the refinery. It's going to happen it's one of the overlooked opportunities. So the opportunities are very real. He's opening up a logistics corridor to serve this supply chain, and investors who position themselves early can build generational assets.
Okay, thank you so much, Sime. So I want to ask right now, why Southern Africa? Why not another country in the West Africa? Why not East Africa? Is it that the Southern Africa is more business friendly than every other part of Africa?
Well, I can't tell. I don't work for Alhaji Dangote. I'm not privy to his strategy meetings, even though I wish I was. But if I can guess, one of the things I noticed about the countries he focused on is that they are landlocked. What that means, and I'll do a very quick explanation as fast as I can. What that means is that they don't have access to ports, right? Now, we always talk about how Nigeria is, the giant of Africa and everything. It's not because Nigerians are special or there's anything great about us or different about us. It's just about geography. We have access to the Atlantic Ocean, right, through our ports.
Yes.
And there are 200 and whatever million of us. People, So let's take US as an example. The reason why the United States is one of the fundamental, there are several reasons why a country becomes a superpower. But one of the fundamental reasons why the United States is a superpower today is because it has the East Coast and the West Coast. So it has access to the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. So think of these oceans as trade routes. So imagine I sell rice, for instance, and I sell rice in a market, and there are only 2 streets that lead to that market. And my shop is strategically positioned in a place that has access to those 2 streets.
Those 2 streets, yes.
I have advantage over anybody else who's selling food in that market. So the US is a superpower because of that. One of the reasons why the US is a superpower is because they have access to Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. Nigeria has access to the Atlantic Ocean and its population. Now, a lot of so if you notice, from a strategy point of view, the countries he's supplying are landlocked. So what that means is that they rely on coastal countries like South Africa, like Tanzania, to import things into their own country.
Yes.
And of course, these countries don't want to be. So it's like if me and you live in a face to, in a face to what do you call that thing? Face to face.
Face me, I face you.
Face me, I face you. And I need to go through your bedroom to get to my kitchen. There's a problem. You need to be my friend.
Yes.
So these countries need emancipation. They need free. They don't want to rely on a coastal country. Mr. Alhaji Dangote is creating a pipeline that frees them from having to depend on coastal countries, and that's what he's doing. That's why he's doing what he's doing. So he saw that opportunity as an entrepreneur, and he's cashing in on it. Yeah.
Okay, Zajayi, I do know that we've highlighted investment opportunities that exist. In fact, there were some that you mentioned I didn't even think about, especially when you talked about real estate. Now, what are the likely pitfalls? Because look, it's good to, when you're doing SWOT analysis, you check your strengths and your weaknesses. What are the likely pitfalls that might come out of this expansion or these projects that are entering into Southern Africa?
Okay, can you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Because as an investor, I need to be wary of pitfalls or challenges that might exist or that already exist, but which one should I be looking out for?
Sure. So when we're talking about investors, really, we're talking at two different scales, okay? We're talking at the really large level. So these are people that are, investing hundreds of millions of dollars or represent people investing millions of dollars. And then there are people on the smaller scale who might be investing a couple of millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars or thousands of dollars. So there are two different sets. So I'm going to talk about most of the risk in this particular scenario are covered by people who are investing billions or hundreds of, at that larger scale. First challenge will be regulatory, for people at that scale, regulatory inconsistency. And that's one of the reasons why Africa is still where it is today. So we're talking about laws, taxes, licensing rules that can change suddenly. So we're, which is why the I would say the global audience, we don't like to hear about coups. We don't like to hear about elections which are won fraudulently, right?
Yes.
If you're an investor, if you are representing somebody, a group of people who have invested, let's say, $250 million, you need to be able to anticipate shifts in policy, fuel policy, pipeline regulation, border fees, import-export rules. There are so many things you need to think about. So things need to be predictable. You need to keep things as simple as possible, especially when a project crosses multiple countries, like in Dangote's case, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe. Even very small inconsistencies can cause major delays. And, 1% of $100 is $1, right? But 1% of $100 million is $1 million. That's a lot of money,
That's
right?
Money, yes.
Exactly. Secondly, you need to be able to, you should expect slow bureaucracy and approval times. If we can improve on this in Africa, that would be great, right? Infrastructure touches land rights, environmental approvals, safety, things like that. Any of these can become bottlenecks. And if your agency is incompetent or understaffed or unaligned, it is a problem. So the key to build realistic timelines timelines that we project often fail because investors assume that what happens in the West is what is happening here. Then, of course, there are operational risks, especially around logistics, maintenance. A pipeline that crosses countries needs to harmonize safety standards, monetary systems, and all of that. Then there's currency volatility. I mean, we all know what happened in Nigeria during the election. You don't want to invest 1 naira or 1 billion naira when the naira to the dollar was this rate, and now it's this rate. And then finally, infrastructure reliability is a practical risk. Roads, power grids, border posts, it might not operate at the pace in which you expect. So, you know, whatever you're building, if it's a pipeline, fertilizer plant, is only as strong as the surrounding infrastructure. And investors need to plan around redundancies, right? It's very complicated because Africa in itself is a very unpredictable place. What we need to do with Africa is make it a lot more predictable for investors coming in. But there is absolutely no doubt, at least as far as I'm concerned, that for several reasons, Africa is the future. So the message is that opportunity is strong, but investors need to prepare for all of these inconsistencies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sumi. I love the breakdown, and I believe all of you understand what you're talking about. And one of the key things you talked about now is the movement of Dangote's product from one country to another. And not very long, we had someone on this show who talked about consumer protection, talked about AFCFTA. He came on this show and he gave some explanation on the movement of goods. Now the question is, does AFCFTA helps Dangote movement easier?
You know, of course it does.
How?
The AFCFTA is it's a trade agreement between African countries. I believe, I can't remember the exact number now, but I believe I would say 90% of African countries have agreed to this trade agreement. And what it does is that, so I mean, of course, if we are following US politics, we know that there was a huge brouhaha about President Trump, you know, increasing tariffs and doing all of this. So what the agreement within Africa does is that it basically removes tariffs between countries. So what Africa is trying to achieve is a free, almost like a frictionless trade zone across African countries. And I think it's only 1 or 2 African countries that haven't agreed to the fundamental concepts behind the trade agreements. So it removes all these tariffs and makes sure or ensures that there is free movement of goods and services across borders. And if you look at it from that point of view, what it means is that Africa is about 1 billion people. So think of the Chinese market or the Indian market. That's what Africa is. So imagine you as a producer of goods in Nigeria right now. You have a factory producing whatever and that's where Africa needs to get to, in Ogun State, you know, somewhere close to the ports. You are producing something that you have a sizable market of about 1 billion people that you can send it to. That's what the trade agreement does. So obviously, you know, that helps.
Okay, so while I was reading some of your works, you did mention something like a checklist, a diaspora checklist. How can that tool help people who want to invest, you know, to make better decisions?
So when I talk about the diaspora checklist, it's about giving people a structured way to evaluate opportunities instead of relying on hope, sentiment, or trust. So when we talk about Africa being the future of investment, all of this is not happening right now, let's be honest, right? But what's happening in the Western world is that things are getting tighter, right? So if we're thinking about the near future, Africa is one of those places in which opportunities obviously exist. So what the checklist does is that it scores opportunity across 8 essential risk categories. regulatory risk, governance strength. I mean, 8 categories. And what it does 2 things. First, it forces investors to slow down and check. You need to check the fundamentals. If something looks exciting, but scores poorly on governance or foreign exchange exposure or regulatory stability, it's a signal to rethink the opportunity. Second, if it allows you to compare opportunities side by side, it allows you to compare. If I want to invest in Asia, for instance, and I'm thinking of investing in Africa, I can compare all of these 2 opportunities side by side and choose which one I want. And instead of saying my cousin has a business idea or how this sector is booming, you are using fundamentals to compare investments, using discipline and consistent metrics. And because the scoring system is simple, and this tool that I'm talking about is not a complicated tool. It's on Excel, right? It's just an Excel sheet. It gives it gives the average investor the ability to think like an institutional investor, and I think that's the strength of this tool. So long-term planning becomes easier. You can see which opportunities are suitable for a 1 to 2 year horizon, or 10 to 15 years, 7 to 12 years. Or which one are too risky for your current appetites. So it's not about investment advice, it's a decision.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear us? Okay, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the conversation with Simi Ajayi continues. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and we'll be having this beautiful conversation with Simi Ajayi. Simi, welcome back. You're still there?
Thank you. Yeah, you can hear me clearly?
Yes, crystal clear. Okay, so we have a reaction from someone here, and the person says Dangote is filling a gap that governments have failed to address. Do you agree with that viewer right now?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, because Alhaji Dangote is an individual, and he's entering frontiers that nobody has entered into, not just in Nigeria, but in the African continent, right? What he has been able to do is to create. He has been able to single-handedly, and we need to give him kudos. Whether we are pro, I don't work for Alhaji Dangote. I don't speak for him in any way. But he has been able to set up a refinery that can only not meet Nigeria's, demand, but also has the capacity, because he has one of the largest refining capacities in the world. He can also export it to other regions. So he has been able to do what, whether we like it or not, the Nigerian government has not been able to do, right? But the reason why I say also no is because the only reason why he didn't do it alone. He has backers, he has investors, and all sorts.
Okay,
Reason why he's been able to,
I'm sorry, because we're running out of time, but I needed to ask this question. If you were to advise somebody in diaspora right now who is looking to invest, what exactly would you tell him? Especially where Africa is growing, what kind of advice would you give that person?
No. So very, very interesting is that based on what Alhaji Dangote is doing right now, what you need to look at as an investor there's a trickle-down effect, right? When you create an investment corridor, small, different types of businesses will have the opportunity to grow. So if you are creating a fertilizer plant, or a refinery, or a pipeline that pipes fuel from one place to another, for instance, you need to distribute fuel, for instance, truck drivers. So so if you are somebody who wants to invest in trucking fleets, for instance, that's a business you need to look into. If you are distributing fuel in a corridor across multiple countries, what you are doing is, what Alhaji Dangote is doing right now is that trade is happening across these corridors. So these truck drivers, for instance, need places where they need to eat. They need places where they need to sleep. Hotels, all sorts of things are happening along those corridors. Even jobs are being created. So you need project managers, you need people who understand how pipelines work, pipeline integrity. You need people who, analysts, chemical analysts, all sorts of people. You are creating careers for different people. And all these different people you are creating careers for will earn a salary. And all these people that are earning salary have needs that they need to spend on. And when they are spending their money, it is like if I'm earning a certain amount of money, for instance, I have needs. I pay rent, or I'm buying a house, I'm eating, I'm buying cars, I'm doing all of these things. So you can see how the trickle-down effect affects the whole ecosystem. And it creates an economy around what you call an anchor infrastructure. And that's what Alhaji Dangote is doing with what he has.
All right, thank you very much, Simi. So at the beginning of the show, before I let you go, you talked about the book you wrote as regarding the Dangote Southern Africa expansion. What's the title of the book? And in 1 minute, can you just tell us about the abstract of the book?
No. So no, I didn't write a book.
Okay.
I didn't write a book about Alhaji Dangote expansion. I did not. I wrote an article about it.
Okay.
And what the article is doing is, and this has nothing to do with Alhaji Dangote. What the article is doing is talking about the trickle-down effects of such a big investment in Nigeria, which gives Nigeria the capacity to export certain refined goods to other parts of Africa. And the trickle-down effects of these exports, these products that are refined and exported, and how it will affect the economies of those other places. So it's not a book, it's an article. It's just a LinkedIn article, right? It's less than 1,000 words. So yeah, it's not a book, no.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simi Ajayi. We really appreciate your time.
All right, thank you very much.
And I hope that one will call on you next time. You'll be available.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Have a beautiful day, too. Yeah, Samuelo.
I mean, at this point, I feel like I need more money to go and do investment because the value chain is so enormous. I mean, when it was listing just the one for the truck drivers, I was like, trucks will even need a place to sleep. Not the truck has now. The trucks need places to sleep. And we need to create those kind of environments where these people can create communities for themselves, create more opportunities themselves. And in terms of jobs that it will create, there are jobs that are even in that small community that you need to think outside the box to be able to see these opportunities. As an investor, when opportunities like this start to knock on your door, you don't sleep on it. You cash in on it, especially when it is early, because that's when the most money or returns on investment starts to come in.
In fact, as an investor, you have to think as without a box, like someone who is not.
So I don't limit yourself, right?
Okay, so Dangote's Southern African expansion exemplifies the continent's potential to build industrial self-reliance while generating regional value, jobs, and investment opportunities. Today's discussion highlights that strategic infrastructure projects do more than create factories and pipelines. They reshape trade corridors, enhance skill development, and catalyze economic diversification. That's all we can take on today's episode of Just Africa. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and at Just Africa. Subscribe, comment, like, and share. And of course, some of your comments will be read during the live show. Until we come your way next time, I am Omevi Idolo.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1, pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch a project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnish wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short term. It's not sustainable. the only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the Visionary Credit Registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians, so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape. landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the Expo, and this Expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of master classes, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth,
would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the ABA leadership, of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in either words, I will just say I sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I've there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their onions, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in the private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Taji Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions. all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government warns banks and financial institutions, says any involvement in terrorism financing will attract prosecution, fine, or total shutdown. And Professional Services Group warns that Nigeria's push for a transparent tax ecosystem may be threatened by the operation of SMEs without proper documentation. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, dismisses President Trump's threat to exclude Pretoria from 2026 G20 summit, reaffirms South Africa's status as a founding member of the group. And Vladimir Putin grants visa-free entry to Chinese nationals and professionals for 30 days, cementing economic, bilateral, and cultural ties with China. In the world of sports, Victor Osimhen confirms a readiness to return to action for Galatasaray against Fenerbahce, crucial Super League match today. Many thanks for joining us on the World News. Now, the federal government has warned that Nigerian banks, financial institutions, and accounting firms that any involvement in financing terrorism will attract strict penalties. President Bola Tinubu's special advisor on media and public communications, Daniel Bwala, said heads of implicated organizations could face prosecution, while institutions may be fined or shut down. Bwala explained that terrorist networks often rely on financial systems to launder money and collect ransoms, making the monitoring of banks and accounting firms crucial. He highlighted Nigeria's collaboration with international partners in combating money laundering and terrorism financing, noting that the country is aligning with global efforts, including those led by the United States, saying that any bank involved in such activities, the heads will be prosecuted and the bank will either be fined or closed. Bwala said he stressed that strict enforcement of financial laws is central to cutting off the lifeline of criminal and terrorist operations. Now, President Bola Tinubu says the federal government will monetize and modernize livestock farming as part of a wider strategy to reduce long-standing tensions between farmers and herders. The sector has been plagued by violent clashes across several agricultural regions, with authorities linking many rural attacks to disputes over land, grazing roads, and food production assets. The announcement was contained in a statement issued on Sunday by Rabiu Ibrahim, Special Assistant on Media, to the Minister of Information and National Orientation. The plan aims to transform livestock production into a more structured system that reduces open grazing, encourages ranching, and strengthens food security. Government officials also believe that the efforts and the reform will help prevent conflict, improve productivity, and protect farming communities. The move also signals a renewed push to stabilize rural economies where insecurity has disrupted crop output, displaced families, and weakened local markets. The administration says details of the program will be released soon, according to reports. Now, the federal government is developing proposal to position Nigeria for a major share of the fast-growing air cargo and logistics market, projected to exceed $12 billion in the next 5 years. The plan targets high-value segments such as exports of agricultural produce, e-commerce, logistics, and movement of manufactured goods. To unlock these opportunities, the government aims to streamline processes, expand capacity, and build a more efficient ecosystem that can support large-scale cargo movement. Officials believe Nigeria can become a strategic hub for regional and international trade if it leverages its airport and market size. Several agencies, including the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Nigeria Customs Service, Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, and state governments with airports, are also ready of developing templates to boost air cargo, carrier services, and related businesses. The collaboration is expected to improve trade facilitation, remove bottlenecks, and strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in the global logistics space. The National Agricultural Development Fund has signed a tripartite agreement with Leadway Assurance and Verdue Climate to expand innovative insurance and climate-resilient financing for smallholder farmers nationwide. The deal was formalized at the National Dialogue on Innovative Agri Insurance and Climate Finance in the Federal Capital Territory and supports an agro-backed program focused on strengthening farmer resilience through new insurance models and financial tools. The partnership is designed to give farmers better protection against climate risks, improve access to funds, and help them scale production with greater confidence. Stakeholders said the initiative will close long-standing gaps in insurance coverage and offer more predictable financing options for rural farmers who often face losses without compensation. The agency executive secretary, Mohammed Ibrahim, represented by the general manager, Nasir Ingawa, said the collaboration aligns with the fund's mission to deepen agricultural finance. They added that the deal marks a major step toward building a more resilient and secure agricultural sector. Now, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has pledged to supply Nigeria with 1.5 billion liters of petrol every month starting December 2025. This amounts to 50 million liters per day and marks a major push towards stabilizing national fuel availability. The company says output will rise further to 1.7 billion liters monthly or 57 million liters daily from February 2026. The commitment was outlined in a letter to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority signed by the Chief Executive Officer, David Bird. Dangote Refinery described the volume as sustainable and essential for reducing the country's dependence on imported fuel. The refinery has also asked the regulator to station officials on site from December 1st to verify any publicly released daily production and stock levels. The company says this transparency will help build trust and support a more stable downstream market. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has uncovered a WhatsApp-based drug distribution network in Lekki, Lagos, where traffickers disguised Canadian loud as imported Christmas cookies and snacks. The operations allegedly distributed the drugs across the city, putting unsuspecting consumers at risk. Authorities identified the suspect as Deji Adesanya and Olubi Majekodumi. The NDLEA said the pair imported the substance in bulk before repackaging it into colorful designer sachets labeled as cookies and snacks to avoid detection. The agency emphasized the innovative tactics used by traffickers and warned the public to remain vigilant against disguised drugs. The agency has vowed to intensify monitoring of online platforms and packaging schemes targeting networks that exploit commerce and social media for illicit distribution and promised strict prosecution for offenders. Nigeria's push for a sustainable and transparent tax ecosystem may be threatened by the large number of small and medium-sized enterprises operating without proper documentation. Experts has warned. Dr. Haruna Yahya, president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, highlighted the challenge at the 2025 Professional Services Group and Advocacy Tax Symposium organized by the Chartered Institute of Directors last week. Yahya noted that SMEs form the backbone of Nigeria's private sector, but many continue to function with weak record keeping, poor financing and documentation, and limited compliance frameworks. The situation makes it difficult for tax authorities to monitor obligations, leading to revenue leakages and undermining broader fiscal reforms efforts. He urged SMEs to adopt stronger accounting practices for regulatory bodies to support capacity-building initiatives, strengthening documentation and compliance. Yahya said it's key to unlocking revenue potential, improving transparency, and ensuring Nigeria's tax reform objectives succeed. Today, it's World AIDS Day, and we have a special report to that effect. Grace Komolafe brings us more on that report.
Every generation has faced a defining health crisis, but few have carved their names into global memory like HIV and AIDS. It is a virus that once carried fear, silence, and stigma, shaping families, communities, and nations. Yet, it also awakened some of the most powerful acts of resilience, advocacy, and significant breakthroughs the world has ever seen. It begins with a simple red ribbon, small, silent, but universally recognized, a symbol that carries decades of activism and hope. On December 1st, that red ribbon becomes a collective reminder behind every statistics is a life, a struggle, and triumph. World AIDS Day brings the world together to remember those lost, support those living with the virus, and recommit to ending the epidemic. Today, more than 39 million people globally are living with HIV, according to UNAIDS. Remarkable progress has been made, such as antiretroviral therapy, which now allows people to live long with healthy lives, and prevention tools have expanded through innovations like PEP and self-testing kits. Yet the fight is far from over, as millions still lack access to treatment, and key populations continue to face discrimination that limits prevention and care. Sub-Saharan Africa remains the region's most heavily affected, accounting for nearly 2/3 of global infections. Young women and adolescent girls are disproportionately impacted due to social and economic vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, stigma, though reduced, is still a barrier that keeps many from testing or seeking care early. In Nigeria, about 1.8 million people are living with HIV, and the national response has made strides with more treatment centers, decentralized community testing, and new camps focused on prevention and early detection. But the gap remains, especially in rural communities where awareness is low and healthcare access limited. Experts emphasize the need for sustained funding, consistent supply of medications, and stronger community-led health systems. Ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030 will require bold policies, evidence-driven action, and an environment where no one fears discrimination for simply seeking help. World AIDS Day is not just about looking back at the devastation of the past. It is about seeing the possibility of a future where no one dies from AIDS, no child is born with HIV, and no one is left behind. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Now, still to come in the news, Taiwan seeks to reduce tariffs on exports to the United States from 20% to 15%, aiming to enhance competitiveness of semiconductor industry.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, Monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Airbus Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the World News. Now, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has dismissed U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to exclude Pretoria from next year's G20 summit, reaffirming the country's status as a founding member of the group. The United States boycotted the G20 summit held under South Africa's presidency in Johannesburg on November 22nd to 23rd. Trump had claimed that the host government was persecuting its white minority and stated that South Africa would not be invited to the 2026 summit in Florida. Pretoria says it properly handed over the rotating presidency to a U.S. embassy official. In his State of the Nation address on Sunday, Cyril Ramaphosa called Trump's allegations blatant misinformation and reiterated that South Africa would remain a full, active, and constructive member of the G20, rejecting claims of genocide against white citizens in its country. Now, Saudi Arabia is looking to attract more Japanese companies as part of its plan to draw foreign investment for ambitious economic diversification plan. The governor of its sovereign wealth fund said on Monday that the kingdom plans to shift the focus of its $925 billion public investment fund away from real estate, which has dominated development efforts over the past decade. The new strategy targets sectors such as logistics, mineral exploitation, religious tourism, and artificial intelligence. Officials said the move is aimed at modernizing the economy and creating sustainable growth outside oil revenues. By bringing in foreign partners, Saudi Arabia hopes to accelerate development strategic industries and enhance its global economic influence. Now, South Korea's export rose 8.4% in November to $61.04 billion, beating market forecast for the sixth consecutive month. Strong demand for semiconductors and autos drove the growth, highlighting the resilience of Asia's fourth largest economy. Semiconductor exports hit a record $17.26 billion, while auto shipments jumped 13.7% following a trade deal with the United States. Shipments to China and Southeast Asia also increased, though exports to the EU fell slightly. The trade surplus widened to $9.7 billion, the largest since September 2017. Robust exports helped offset weaker imports and supported South Korea's economic growth outlook, signaling the nearing end of the Bank of Korea's monetary easing cycle. Now, Taiwan is seeking to reduce tariffs on its export to the United States from 20% to 15%, aiming to enhance the competitiveness of its semiconductor industry. Officials confirmed that training U.S. workers is not part of the current negotiation conditions. The TSMC, the world's largest contract chip makers, is investing $165 billion in U.S. facilities in Arizona, highlighting Taiwan's commitment to expanding high-tech production abroad. Government negotiations hope to finalize a trade deal before the end of the year. The proposed tariff reduction is part of Taiwan's broader strategy to replicate its tech cluster successes internationally, strengthen supply chains, and maintain its position in global semiconductor market amid ongoing trade tensions. Now, India's industrial output grew by just 0.4% year-on-year in October 2025, falling short of economists' 3.1% forecast. The revised September growth of 4.6% shows a notable slowdown in manufacturing, mining, and utility production, raising concerns about the short-term phase of economic recovery. Analysts link the slowdown to weaker domestic demand, supply chain disruptions, and rising production costs across key sectors such as metal, machinery, and consumer goods. The underperformance indicates that India's industrial sector faces challenges in sustaining robust growth amid global economic uncertainties. The government is expected to roll out measures to stimulate industrial activity, including incentives for manufacturing, investment in infrastructure, and policies aimed at boosting competitiveness. Strengthening industrial output is critical for employment creation, economic stability, and supporting India's long-term development objectives, according to reports. Now, China's tightening export controls are prompting European companies to explore new supply chain options outside the world's second largest economy, the European Union Chamber of Commerce in China said on Monday. The move reflects growing concerns over delays linked to Beijing's export licensing process. The chamber reported that 1 in 3 member firms is considering sourcing outside China due to restrictive export control regime. About 40% of respondents said that China's Commerce Ministry is processing export licenses slower than promised, disrupting production and planning. Analysts said the trend highlights the broader impact of the U.S.-China trade tensions as firms seek to diversify supply chains to reduce risk. Companies are increasingly evaluating alternative locations for manufacturing and procurement to remain liability and protect against regulatory uncertainty. Now, the Bank of Japan is considering raising interest rates at its next policy meeting. Governor Kazuo Ueda said on Monday, marking the clearest signal yet that a hike may come later this month. Ueda emphasized that the central bank would weigh the pros and cons carefully before making a final decision following the announcement that the yen strengthened and Japanese government bond yields rose. The markets now see roughly an 80% chance of a rate increase at the December 18th to 19th meeting, up from around 60% last week. The comments suggest that the Bank of Japan is responding to domestic inflation pressures and global monetary trend as investors increasingly anticipate policy normalization after years of ultra-loose monetary measures. Economists said any decision to raise rates could impact borrowing costs, consumer spending and investment sentiment, while also affecting the yuan's exchange rate and Japan's financial markets ahead of the year end. Now, still to come in the news, President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree allowing many categories of Chinese citizens to enter Russia on free visa. I'll bring you that story and more after this break. Do stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that
more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the news. Now, continuing, President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree allowing many categories of Chinese citizens to enter Russia visa-free for up to 30 days. The move covers tourists, business people, academics, artists, and sports professionals, signaling closer bilateral ties between Moscow and Beijing. The agreement follows a long-standing strategic partnership between Russia and China, which Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping described as having no limits. The deal strengthens economic, cultural, and diplomatic exchanges and comes amid ongoing global scrutiny of Russia's foreign policy and military action. Since Russia's February 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Moscow has increasingly relied on Chinese imports to mitigate the impact of Western sanctions. Analysts said granting visa-free access is likely to boost trade, tourism, and professional exchanges, while further cementing Russia-China ties as both nationals seek closer cooperation in response to geopolitical and economic pressures from the West. Now, Norway's minority Labour government failed to secure support for its 2026 draft budget by an end November deadline. A negotiator said on Monday talks are set to resume in Parliament as leaders seek a compromise on contentious issues, including oil drilling policies and the Sovereign Wealth Fund's investment in Israel. The Norwegian Parliament is scheduled to vote on the budget this Friday. If no agreement is reached, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre could be forced to call a vote of confidence, putting his entire cabinet at risk. Observers said that the standoff highlights the challenges faced by minority governments in balancing environmental concerns with economic and foreign investment priorities. Negotiations over oil policy and ethical investment decisions will be critical in determining whether the government can pass the budget without triggering political instability in Norway's parliament. Now, Australia is rapidly increasing its grain-fed beef production, with feedlots now housing 1.6 million cattle, up from 1 million 5 years ago. Expansion plans aim to reach 2 million by 2027 to meet growing global demand, particularly in Asia. The rise of feedlots helps stabilize supply amid drought challenges and allows Australia to capture market share from the United States. Exporters whose cattle numbers have fallen to historic lows. Premium markets in Japan, South Korea, and China favor grain-fed beef for its quality and marbling. Industry analysts expect continued growth and profitability, with Australian producers balancing grain-fed and grass-fed beef markets. Feedlot expansion provides consistent output and reduces reliance on rainfall, positioning the country as a key player in global beef trade. Now, Airbus has reported that airline fleets are returning to normal operations after the plane maker implemented urgent software changes faster than expected, averting a potential crisis triggered by a space-related computer bug. The issue came to light following a mid-air incident on a JetBlue A320, which revealed the aircraft's vulnerability to solar flares. In response, Airbus ordered a rapid software retrofit, which was mandated by global aviation regulators to ensure safety across its A320 fleet. Dozens of airlines from Asia to the United States confirmed they had completed the snap update over the weekend. Aviation experts said the swift response minimized disruption to schedules and prevented a prolonged operational crisis, which underscoring the growing importance of safeguarding aircraft systems against space, weather, and other emerging technological threats in commercial aviation. And out to the world of sports, Galatasaray's striker Victor Osimhen has confirmed he is ready to return to action for the club's crucial Super League match against rivals Fenerbahce on Monday. Osimhen has been sidelined for the past 2 games after sustaining a hamstring injury while on international duty with Nigeria. The knock occurred during Nigeria's 2026 World Cup Africa playoffs in final defeat to DRC Congo, forcing the striker to miss key fixtures for Galatasaray. The Turkish club confirmed 2 weeks ago that Osimhen had begun treatment following scans and was undergoing rehabilitation to recover from the injury. His return is expected to boost Galatasaray's attacking options ahead of a high-stakes clash. The Super League, where points are crucial in the title race, fans and teammates are eager to see the forward back in form and leading the line once again. Now, Nigeria's Special Eagles have secured a spot in the final of the amputee football tournament at the inaugural West Africa Para Games in Abeokuta, defeating Cameroon 1-0 at the MKO Abiola Sports Arena on Sunday. The victory continued Nigeria's commanding run in the competition following 11-0 demolition of Benin Republic in their opening match on Friday. In that first contest, Ahmed Usman scored 4 goals. Michael Joel added a hat-trick. Hahize Daniel contributed 3 goals after coming on, and Ibrahim Ndako rounded off the scoring with a single strike in the 50th minute fixture. The Special Eagles' performance highlights Nigeria's strength in para sports and their determination to dominate the tournament on home soil. Fans and officials alike are now looking forward to the final, where Nigeria will aim to cap their impressive campaign with gold in the amputee football event. Now that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. The federal government warns banks and financial institutions, says any involvement in terrorism financing will attract prosecution, fine, or total shutdown. And Professional Services Group warns that Nigeria's push for transparent tax ecosystem may be threatened by the operations of SMEs without proper documentation. Still, Ramaphosa dismisses President Trump's threat to exclude Pretoria from 2026 G20 summit, reaffirmed South Africa's status as a founding member of the group. Vladimir Putin grants a visa-free entry to Chinese nationals and professionals for 30 days, cementing economic, bilateral, and cultural ties with China. In the sports, Victor Osimhen confirms a readiness to return to action for Galatasaray. Fenerbahce crucial Super League match today. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. SOUQ News TV. I'm Priya Kurumale. Good afternoon to you.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim, and president of the United Muslim Council. He regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Investment has always been about making smart financial decisions. But many Nigerians today, the traditional pathways, stocks, bonds, treasury bills, and other capital market instruments are no longer their first choice. Instead, unconventional options like sports betting, crypto trading, and fast yield platforms are attracting more attention, especially among young people. Our correspondent, Nkechi Patrick, went to the streets of Lagos to understand why.
I think, first of all, it becomes an habit, and it's something you want to indulge in over and over again. Then it now becomes an addiction, and you can't just stop doing it. And it gives you this high rush of adrenaline, especially when you put small amounts, immediately you are cashing out. So it gives you that high. So whatever gives you that high, can also give you that low as fast as possible. So the security of the investment to begin with, and with sport betting, is too high risk. And with bonds, at least, especially when you're doing federal government bonds, your money is secure. Not that it's completely secure, but the risk is very minimal, and it's something I can personally handle.
If I don't lose, I don't lose with that too. I don't lose with that. I just do my own lane. If you chop me also, but na business. Na business you call na business. But na quickly money, and I make money to play out. And it's give me extra the money I used to bet on.
Preferably, I will go for investment in shares. But once I notice, in the sense that, okay, if you invest in shares, subsequently, years later, that shares you have invested in will give you a multiple source of income. You understand? Or more money in your bank account, depending on the bank and then how they, coordinate and then run their own investment in shares. Then, on the other hand, sports betting is a 50-50 something. It's a form of investment too, in the sense that, like for instance, some of my friends, my childhood friends, secondary school mates, a whole lot of them, they are making millions of naira. At the same time, they also lose a huge amount of money. So it's risky.
For decades, Nigeria's capital market has been regarded as a stable route to long-term wealth. But today, Many Lagosians say the returns are too slow, their risks too high, and the process too complicated. In contrast, the rise of sports betting, instant online trading, and other unconventional platforms is capturing their interest, promising quick results in an economy where every naira counts.
I should weigh the two. Investment in stock is better because investment in stock is reliable. Unlike the game or sports, whichever way they call it, it's not reliable because when you check the probability of winning, you see, it's unpredictable. But unlike the investment in stock, it is empirical. You can assess and say, okay, for over a year, this can be happening, and you can do this. So that one is reliable to me. That's it.
I'm an educated elite, so I believe in investments. But nowadays, investments, to me, a lot of things has happened to me on investments. Most of my money have been invested shares, and we are not seeing dividends. We are not seeing dividends. Most of all these things, it's annoying to us. Like Nitel, I invested in Nitel, no dividends. And I have a lot intercontinental that they match together to become, I've been forgotten. I went to the stockbrokers, they started dribbling me, and I have a lot of things to handle. Will I be going to the stockbrokers every day?
Like millions of young Nigerians, he believes speed is everything. Betting companies have filled the gap with convenience, mobile access, and the promises of instant winnings. And while financial experts warn that betting is closer to gambling than investment, its popularity keeps rising. Analysts said the problem is deeper than preference. Many Nigerians feel disconnected from the capital market, seeing it as slow, elitist, and unpredictable. With inflation eating into savings and the cost of living rising, Lagosians say they need platforms that feel more responsive, even if the risks are higher.
I prefer investment for sure because that betting Naija stuff is not sure. It's not something one can back on because you never can predict the team that will win a game or whatever, even though you can say that if there are some teams you see, you actually believe that actually this team will beat the other one, but you never can say, never can. So by the time you put your money on there, your money can flop. But when you do investment on share, that one is sure that at least you have invested on something that is very secured, that you can bank with.
Sometimes sports betting do help me a lot, and sometimes it do collect my money. But most of the time I join Sporting Viet now. It's about 2 years now. I can't even say I lose, but I used to gain a lot because I used to bet and play all those aviator, and it do favor me sometimes. So that's it.
For now, the debate continues. While experts insist that traditional investments remain the most sustainable, millions of Nigerians faced with harsh economic realities are choosing quick return platforms, even if they come with higher risks. And as uncertainty persists, the future of Nigeria's investment culture may depend on which side adapts faster, whether it's stocks or sports betting. Lagosians say the ultimate goal is survival and financial stability. But as the economy evolves, one question remains: how can traditional investment platforms regain the trust and interest of everyday Nigerian?
Good morning, my name is John Olonsobi, and welcome to SOUQ TV. We are here at the Africa Credit Expo 2025, and I'm here with
Ehime Ube, Head of Marketing at Oxygen X.
All right, thank you very much. What do you guys do actually?
We are a financial solutions company. We focus on making impact with finance, credit solutions, both lending and investments. So we offer high impact loans and flexible investment opportunities to help Africans grow their wealth.
That's quite interesting. With my experience with regards to credit, I understand that Nigerians still have a bit of loopholes on how to, manage credit, access credit, and all of that. What are you guys doing to, capture that gap, basically?
Yeah, we noticed the loopholes as well. What sets us apart from other lenders is that we offer people the highest credit offers that they can get, regardless of whether this is their first time trying to get a loan with Oxygen X. So other lenders will give you a starter loan to test you out, but we believe in trusting our customers with the best credit offer right from the first time they try us. And we've refined our decision process and our collections process to make sure that we're able to do this sustainably.
Well, that's interesting because, you talked about first-time lenders and all of that. Now, that's big on data. Data is a big problem in Nigeria. We're trying to see how we can merge or harmonize our data, NI and all of that. So how are you going to go about this so you don't become chasers of this, issues here?
So, a huge support for us is credit registry. That's why we're supporting Africa Credit Expo as well, because their smart score has been really crucial for us to be able to make these credit decisions safely and responsibly, so that we find ourselves not having to chase people for their loans. Our NPLs, which is non-performing loans, is significantly lower when you look at across the industry, especially finance companies like us. So we are very grateful to companies like Credit Registry for doing the work to make sure that we're able to score people and make good decisions in offering people credit.
All right, that's good. And then my final question in regards to the conference we're having today. If there's one thing you are looking forward to picking out from this conference, what would that be?
I want to learn more about what's coming next, especially around the smart score from Credit Registry. I want to see the innovations that they're doing, because that feeds directly into our business. I'm also curious about the panel session around side hustlers and gig workers, because that is a space that has not really been explored for credit companies. Those people are usually left behind when you look at traditional lenders. They're not able to access credit. So I want to see what's coming next in that space.
That's fine. And then before I let you go, what would you like to say to people, Nigerians that are looking forward to this innovation? Because Nigerians are naturally not ready to borrow. We like to pay our stuff outrightly. And this is something comes from an experience, having to travel abroad to UK and all of that. I just want to pay for myself. I don't want anybody chasing me and telling me I have to pay within 12 months, 24 months. So what would you like to say to them to encourage Nigerians, basically?
I would like to say, first of all, with the changes in our economy, with the way inflation is going, credit is becoming more of a necessity than an option. And it's very important to be very responsible with credit. I don't subscribe to the idea of taking loans just for the sake of it, because every loan that you take has an impact on your credit score. So I think that it's good for people to embrace credit, but responsibly, and learn that it's a very good necessity at this point in time that we are in this economy that we are facing. It's not possible for everybody to buy things outright anymore. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. And please do subscribe to SOUQ TV on YouTube. And you can follow us as well on our radio, the IL 95.9 FM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. I'm here with
Francis Silva.
What brand what company do you represent?
I work with GSC Motors.
Okay, do you hold any positions, basically?
Sorry?
What positions do you hold at GSC Motors?
I'm a sales manager at GSC Motors.
Amazing, because I have a lot of sales questions, basically, here. Yeah. So, credit system in Nigeria has been one of our major concerns in the financial sector. Everyone is trying to see how we can cushion inflation with, paying bit by bit. But a lot of Nigerians are yet to key into this system. What do you have to say about that?
It works abroad, and in Nigeria, I think we're used to what we're used to. So we don't like trying new things in Nigeria, right? So if we have a good system where the credit system will actually work, I believe Nigerians gradually will fall in place.
Okay. And what, as a company, GSC, I know you guys have amazing cars. Actually, I see them on the road every now and then. So you've come into the system, especially in Lagos, where I stay. I see a lot of GSC motors. And what are you doing to help cushion the awareness
for credit facilities?
Yeah, exactly.
So GSC has been in Nigeria for the past 11 years. We're like the leading company in terms of Chinese cars in Nigeria right now. We have financing partners, we have companies, we have banks that finance cars for individuals, for corporates. So I think we're doing really great. We encourage people that cannot actually afford to buy a car outright to work with some of our financial partners. We have banks, a lot of banks. So when people need credit facilities, they come to us. We give them partners and then give them good rates as well too.
Okay, and then credit system actually works relatively with data.
Yes.
How strong is your how strong is your data? How strong is your data system to be able to do some certain background checks on people? Because I can walk into GSC Motors and say I want to get is it just NIN and all of that, but what are the steps basically?
So that is why. We understand that perfectly. That's why we do not finance ourselves.
Okay.
We have financing partners.
All right.
So that is the job of the banks and the credit facilitators to do their homework.
Mm-hmm.
We just connect our clients to good facilitators or facilities, where they can get credit.
Okay. How is the brand building trust with customers who may be new to structured credit systems?
We, again, as I said, we know we have partners. So that's a question for our partners to answer, basically.
Okay.
But for us, we have our clients, we pride ourselves in giving top-notch customer service to our clients. So regardless if you're going through a financial partner or a credit facilitator, we make sure that you get the best service possible, even from them. So we follow up with the banks, follow up with the facilities, and make sure that you get the best possible from them. In terms of KYC, that is all on them. We are just service providers.
Okay, all right. So and then coming back to the conference, the Africa Credit Expo 2005, what exactly is that we are here to learn? There's one thing you're looking forward to gaining from here to take back to GSC Motor to help structure out your credit system. What would that be?
Honestly, it would be to encourage people more. We understand that in Nigeria right now, things are hard, right? So people need as much credit facilities as possible. So for us, it's to be able to get a bit more knowledge on credit facilities and all of that. Meet partners, more partners as well, so that can also partner with us to finance cars for our clients. We want GSC to be all over Nigeria. We want every Nigerian to own a GSC. Because GSC is one of the best.
Sure.
Just so we're clear.
All right.
Yes.
No problem, sir.
So we're here hoping to get as many people as possible to come to us. We link them up with financial partners, and then we get them driving the GSC as soon as possible.
Oh, that's good. I'm talking about awareness. This is where SOUQ TV comes in. I would want you to, of course, follow us on YouTube and as well dial into our radio station, ILFM 95.9.
Okay.
And then you can always work with us as well. So it was nice meeting you actually.
Yes, I will do myself a big injustice if I don't talk about our cars.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Sure.
So we have a lot of cars available. We have from the GN8, which is a very luxurious car.
Okay.
You see the one Davido drives?
Yeah,
the boss.
The big one.
Yes, that's GSC. So Davido is one of our ambassadors.
Oh, bro.
Yes, and then we're currently sponsoring the Davido 5 concert all over Nigeria.
All right.
We just left Ibadan last week.
Yes.
Yes, we're going to Abuja
on the 14th or so.
On the 14th, and in Lagos on the 25th. We're shutting down everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, so we also have the GS8, the GS3, the GS4. And we have electric vehicles as well too. We have the ANY, which is outside there. I'm sure we'll see photos of them later. We have the ANY, right, which is just there. It's fully electric. On a full charge, it takes you 430 kilometers. We also install a charger in your house. You have different types of chargers. So people's concern basically is the charging facilities in Nigeria and power. We have you covered. We have facilities everywhere in Lagos and outside Lagos. I also have a charging center right there in your house. So please look up our electric vehicles, look up our ICE vehicles, that's the internal combustion engine vehicles. Because GSC is here to serve you, and we are the best.
All right. Nice one. Nice meeting you, JC Motors. Thank you very much. Here with Mr. Chinedu.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, so I got information that you are from Asha Microfinance Bank.
Yes.
What exactly do you guys do generally?
Oh, okay. Asha Microfinance Bank is a women-centric microfinance bank. So we give out credit facilities to women-owned businesses across the country. Presently, we'll have over 269 branches across Nigeria. And obviously, we are not only in Nigeria, we have Asha, Uganda, Asha, Kenya, and the likes.
Oh, that's amazing. That means this conference is more tilted towards what you do, basically.
Definitely.
All right, amazing. So, looking at the Nigerian system, we understand how Nigerians are when it comes to credit. We still don't understand what benefits we get basically around credit. We just think about borrowing and then taking it out. What exactly? How do you guys go about, ensuring that people have this awareness, proper awareness towards credit system?
Okay, so we basically don't just give out loans. So we what we call ourselves our relationship officers goes out in the market. So we actually study your business and actually know the exact products your business needs. So for some persons, they might just need a small term loan that will just last for 1 month. Then some of them, their business needs a long-term loan. And so we actually study your business, we evaluate your business, and then prescribe a particular product for your business. So it's on the evaluation we actually get to find out if you actually need a loan, or you don't need a loan, or maybe you would enroll you to our savings product, or enroll you into our insurance products. And so that's it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the complexity around the credit system in Nigeria compared to other countries, what are the limitations that you face on a daily activity?
Oh, well, there is a whole lot of limitations, but thank God for the credit portals we have. That's the credit registry and the XDS and the credit bureau, where prospects, BVNs, and businesses are checked in these platforms to find out their credit character. So that has also helped a lot of times, where you can be able to see the person's past credit history, the person's character. So that helps you to make a better decision. Also, when it comes to collateral also, I think we also have the Nigerian collateral registry, where collaterals are registered. So for any client giving you any form of collateral, you're going to pass it through that collateral to find out if the collateral is the incumbent before you can venture into having a business relationship with the person.
All right.
Away from all of this, there are still other challenges where you have people putting up shops, businesses that doesn't belong to them. You have situations where people connive and join to share the monies given out and the likes. Yeah, so there are challenges also, but over time, we are getting around them.
Oh, that's beautiful. My last question will be around customer experience.
Okay.
So what are customers demanding today that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
You said what are they demanding
now that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
Oh, okay. So I think now the loan limits the limit had now increased. What I mean is that 2 years ago, you'd see customers that are making deal with maybe 500, a 1 million loan. But now the limit had now increased. So we are seeing clients coming to us, the businessmen coming to us, they need 30 million, they need 50 million. So the loan size presently had actually increased.
All right.
Yeah.
Scaling between 1 to 10, 10 being the, let's say, highest advantage, should I say, positive.
Okay.
How do you see the credit system going in Nigeria?
Oh, I would say for now, if they had actually adopted the GSI, that will also include the microfinance bank, I would be rating them an 8, but for now, I'll do them a 5.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. No problem. And then lastly, we're at the conference right now, talking about credit and all of that, Expo 2025. What's the one thing you'll be taking back home, to your colleagues and customers as well from this conference?
Well, because the conference has not really kick-started well, we are yet to see what the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the MSME masterclass, and well, I will the exposure also, beating the MSMEs also. That's basically why I'm here.
All right.
I want to network.
All right.
Yeah.
We mentioned awareness, and this is where SOUQ TV comes in. I'd love you and your company to go to YouTube and follow us on YouTube.
Okay.
And as well, we have our radio station, the High FM 95.9, where we broadcast to the entire world.
Yeah.
Thank you
very much.
Coming in.
Thank
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah.
Good day to you and welcome. This is SOUQ News Television. We're all about business, economy, and development. And we are reaching you live from the Landmark Event Center, where the African Credit Expo is taking place, the largest and pioneer credit bureau. Credit registry, making a platform for where both businesses and credit organizations converge on how to do business, not only in the continent of Africa, but specifically in Nigeria. And we, SOUQ News Television, we are here to facilitate this conversation so the businesses can meet the public and the public can meet the businesses and the businesses can meet the credit organizations where they can convert, talk about business and to facilitate the smooth transactions that normally take place in our society. And I'm sitting with one of the business representatives right here. Good day to you.
Good day to you too.
Yes. So tell us about your organization and what you do.
So Baobab Microfinance Bank is one of Nigeria's most trusted credit lending industry, and we provide business loans and savings to individuals and business loans to SMEs, entrepreneurs, just businesses in general.
But how aware is the public about you, that you are a credit organization that facilitates, businesses between individuals and the organization?
So we've been, like I said, we've been in the business for 15 years, so that's like a long time. And we're in 7 regions across the country. We have 36 branches across Nigeria. So yeah, we're very involved in the digital space, and also we have physical branches across Nigeria, and we also recently launched a savings app called Jollof Plus, which provides allows people to save and earn up to 21.6%. So we've been able to penetrate the digital space and also physical space at large.
Okay, so in your journey as a credit organization, how credit worthy are Nigerian businesses, most especially the small and medium-sized enterprises? Because we've seen cases where some platforms borrow businesses to borrow or give credit to both individuals and businesses. And we've seen cases where these organizations will have to come to social media when there's loan default, and they tend to run a very, very bad campaign about the organizations that are owing them, and they felt that's the right way to get back to them. Have you had any of such experiences? And if you have, how did you handle it?
So we, before we give out loans to businesses, we run checks. And you have to tick all of our boxes. So there are regulatory checks that we need to go through before you can get your loan. So if you do not tick those boxes, we can't just give out loan, because that means your credit history is not trusted. So we do all of those checks before giving out loan. And we've not had that kind of, I don't think we've ever come across such issue where we're having to go to social media or drag people to get our loan.
Okay. So now, what are those boxes that you teach?
So we request for stuff like your guarantor. We check that. We check your credit history. We check your business.
because you can't request
viable.
And if you can afford to pay back what you're requesting for. So we were not just a microfinance bank that just want to give out loan. We want to ensure that you're actually doing well with your business. And if we realize that you can't afford the loan that you're requesting for, we advise you on the amount you can get and how to use it to grow your business. So we are not just we don't just want to be your credit partner. We want to be your financial business partner.
Advisor.
We give advices. We provide insights on how to grow your business, how to use your loan wisely, and what you can afford to get before. So most times when we go through all of those checks and help you put things in order, it's easier for you to now pay back your loan.
Great. I like the fact that your company, Baobab, is, like you said, you operate prominently on the digital space. And so when you're checking the credit history of businesses or individuals that are approaching your organization for credit, do you liaise with other financial institutions across the country to possibly get data from them to assess properly?
Yeah, obviously, we cannot just get, if we want to check your credit history, we go in depth and relate to, so when you check credit history, I think you can see how trusted the person is and how fast they repay their loan. If you check someone's credit history, you can also know if they're good at paying back loans or if they're defaulters and all of those things. So we can't do that on our own. You have to partner with, like checking with
other financial institutions like banks. Like banks?
Yeah. The credit history. There's a credit history.
There's a credit history.
Yeah.
But that credit history, does it capture all those in the Nigerian space that goes to borrow, to get credit from financial institutions?
So if you check your credit history as an individual, that you will know how viable you had to get loans. You will know if you're because there are some people that don't know their credit history. They might have probably bought something somewhere, paid for something somewhere with their card and all of those information, and they're not aware that they have, like, their credit score is low. Or situations where we have people that open bank accounts and then they leave it dormant thinking that, but the bank account is going in red, like you have like minus and stuff. So when you check your credit history, you can see such informations about an individual. So it's even advisable for individuals that are not, even if you're not looking into getting loans, like you need to check your credit history so you understand where you are personally in the financial space.
Okay. So now, tell us a little bit more about your organization and how receptive your services are to small businesses and some of the gains that you have made.
The gains we've made from small businesses.
That you have made not only in promoting small businesses, like serving as their financial advisors and mentoring them to grow some of the...
Started, he sells spare parts and started as a very small business owner, and he used to have issues with loan companies and was very... when we approached him, he wasn't very convinced because he has had issues with loan companies and the likes. But we're able to have conversations with him, we're focused on you. Like, so we're here for you, not just because we want you to collect loans from us, but we want you to grow. We want to be your partner, long-term partner. So have conversations with him, taught him how to help his business grow. And we've been in the business with him for like 5 years now. And he's from a small shop to like a very big shop. So we're not into just big businesses. We do with small business owners, market people, farmers and the likes, as long as...
Okay, so you have a physical presence, and your physical presence is reading Baobab.
Baobab Microfinance Bank.
Microfinance Bank. Oshadare Damilola Grace, it's been nice having this conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The full name name, please?
Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Okay, Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Yes.
This is SOUQ News Television.
Okay.
We are all about business, economy, and development.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we are registering our presence here today, and we are glad we are speaking to someone from the financial services sector.
Okay.
Great. So tell us the name of your organization and what you do.
Okay. I represent Credit Direct Finance Company Limited. We are a lending first financial technology company, a subsidiary of the FCMB Group. We have been in service for over 18 years now. And we are, I like to say we're really good at what we do, and we'll be offering quite a huge value for over 2 million Nigerians over the past 18 years. So yeah, we offer lending. More recently, we started offering fund management and investments to to Nigerians via our mobile app. That's the Credit Direct mobile app. We also have a buy now pay later service. So think of it as embedded credits in commerce sectors, both for e-commerce and physical commerce. So we have over 1,000 merchants, including popular names like Konga, Slots, Electromart, and the likes, with which we offer buy now pay later services. Shoppers can get up to 1 million naira with our buy now pay later service and spread their payments over 6 months. And even most recently, we have something, for business owners also. It's called Credit Direct Business. It's a fund management platform also, or solution for businesses, where you could do single and bulk transfers very seamlessly. I think it's one of its kind, especially when we talk about how intuitive the bulk transfer feature works. We also offer interest, up to 22% interest for these businesses who keep the idle funds on the platform.
What's that platform from? Like keeping their idle funds under your platform with an expectation of getting like 21%?
22%.
22%.
Yes,
what's it called?
Credit Direct Business.
Credit Direct Business.
Yes, so that's it. It's a business fund management platform. It's web-based, with which you could keep your funds, both idle and active funds.
Period of time, duration.
So 22% per annum, 22% interest per annum, up to 22% interest per annum. On our mobile app, we also have something similar for individuals that are looking to make the most of their money. So I think of it this way: when you keep your money in a wallet account with Credit Direct on Credit Direct app, just being on the wallet account where you can make your transfers, where you could buy your data, you could recharge card, pay for your cable, your DSTV, your GoTV. Yeah. But the idle funds in your wallet there gets you 10% per annum interest. Just staying there. And then when you invest, you could invest with yield. Yield is our core investment product. It's embedded on the app. You can get up to 21% in interest per annum.
You have fantastic products.
Yes.
How many people are aware of this?
Oh, no. Millions of Nigerians. Like I said, we've been doing this for 18 years now. We've served well over 2 million Nigerians, and
2 million is insufficient. We have more than 200 million people in Nigeria, and if we are talking about the youth population that are adept to erecting a startup business, we are talking about more than 33 million. There are even 67% of that. So please tell us how you've been able to penetrate the market, and tell us about your experiences in the market dealing with people, with Nigerians.
Okay. Yes, so I think that our growth, our successes, because I dare say that we're one of Nigeria's most profitable financial technology companies, and one of our successes, or our successes, have been largely attributed to our strategic partnerships with with organizations, with businesses, with individuals who we also serve. Yeah. Just being thoughtful about how we create value for them. Let me give you an example of Credit Direct Checkout. We've already made a name for ourselves with Sharp Loans. We are known as Sharp Loans, especially in private sector in the public service, public sector. Think about the ministries, think about your paramilitary and the likes. But we thought of, a way to just, because when people take these loans, they obviously want to pay for products and services. So why not meet them at the points of commerce, at points of sales? So it's things like that, it's thinking like that, empathetic approach to business, to technology, to service. I think that's how we've been able to, make the strides that we're making today. We've also noticed, the need for financial education, and as we know, a lot of Nigerians are either underbanked or unbanked. So and for those that even have some sort of financial technology access or financial access, there's not a lot of financial education going on. A lot of people don't know what they get to, how they can responsibly access credit. In this part of the world, we frown, culturally frown on credit, on loans and things like that. We have a perception of someone that takes a loan and things like that. But, these are things that in more advanced countries, people leverage to build wealth, to empower or, increase their quality of life. Yeah. So these are things that we're also working on: financial education, financial literacy, to help people invest.
Yes,
and
lastly,
yes.
I want to know, have you had encounters with loan defaulters, and how have you been able to handle that? Because that's very, very important.
Absolutely.
Yes, please, just in a minute.
Yes, I think that is, obviously there's no one that would work in financial technology space, especially lending, and say they don't meet defaulters. But I think there's two things that are important. A constant reminder of why it's important to pay your loans and pay them on time and pay them as you should, so that you don't affect your credit score. That's something we're heavy on. That's something we're big on. This constant reminders. Also ensuring that we do it ethically. We hear of stories of very interesting ways of getting funds back, but we do not go that route. We try to keep it ethical. We try to remind them that when you take a loan today, it impacts your ability to take a loan tomorrow, depending on how well, you handle your repayments and stuff like that.
All right, so your name, please.
So my name is Ini Samuel. Ini Samuel.
Ini
Samuel, yes.
Okay.
I work with Action Microfinance Bank.
Action Microfinance Bank.
I work in the marketing communications team.
Great.
As the marketing communications officer.
Great. And I'm talking to the right person. Yeah. So tell us about what Action Microfinance Bank do and how it does what it does.
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is the term implying microfinance bank. So we are a national microfinance bank licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We've been in existence for over 19 years now. Next year is our 20th anniversary. And basically, Action Microfinance Bank, we cater to the SME, small, medium enterprise people. We try to impact low income businesses. So you're a trader, a market woman, you earn less than the average people. Action Microfinance Bank is here for you, basically. So we have over 76 branches in 15 states currently, and we've been impacting life ever since.
So how do you give credit, you perform credit services to small and medium-sized enterprises, including individuals?
Yeah.
Right. And so how do you do that? Because when you do that, how do you ascertain the credit history of these persons to, give you the confidence to be able to advance credit to them?
Okay, so we have different processes when it comes to ascertaining someone's credit eligibility, basically. So we have credit registry where we check the person's credit eligibility aside other platforms, which I probably will not mention right now.
Okay.
So, but what we do is we have different processes. Our internal control team, we have different processes we get to check. And because of the kind of business you do, so there are different processes that pertains to that kind of business. So you have low income earners. The same credit history you check an SME person is not the way you ascertain the creditworthiness of a business person, probably a trader in the market. So basically, those are two different processes we use in-house.
So, and were you able, in your dealings with the public, have you experienced, some unsavory relationship with business defaulters, credit defaulters, and how were you able to handle that?
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is a big organization in Nigeria as a national microfinance bank, right? So we have departments that handle such.
Okay.
So we have the recovery departments that handle such. We also have the customer experience that gets to call those people to remind them of their obligations to us, basically. So you're taking a loan from 3 months to 6 months to even a year. So we are always on the process. We are always calling them 24 hours, or maybe when it gets to the point of their loan maturing.
Yes.
So we call them in-house to call them, to remind them, basically, to remind them of the obligations to pay. Then once we have issues where someone has default, then we have the legal and other departments that gets to
take it up.
Yeah, take it up.
So lastly, what's your objective here today in this African Credit Expo?
Okay, so our major objectives, we have an expo, we have an exhibition here, which we intend to meet a lot of customers. We intend to talk to them about products, make more awareness about the Action brand, and also to be part of the events, basically, to see what they have Credit Expo is all about and what they have for us in store today.
Ini Samuel, it's nice speaking with you.
Nice speaking with you.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
So. All right. So, good day to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so let's meet you.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel what?
Yeah, Emmanuel Ubo.
Okay.
I'm the business development manager for Gree Air Conditioners in the whole of Nigeria. And Gree is a product that is a household name for air conditioners. And when I talk about air condition, I talk about premium air conditioners. So Gree has been in the Nigerian market since 2000. And Gree was actually started as a business in the world in 1991. But Gree entered into the Nigerian market in 2000. And it's been distributed by Choice International Group, by my able chairman, Chief Dana Chen. And Gree is one of the best air conditioners. It's actually #1 global AC in the world.
Okay, so this is African Credit Expo. What are you doing here?
Yeah, for Africa Credit Expo, we have come to leverage on that and how we can actually make our customer to get our product at a very, very good price and affordable price, and get the services that is obtainable with the Gree products.
Okay, so does that mean you're partnering with microfinance bank or other credit institutions, financial institutions to facilitate a payment system that is convenient for both you as an organization and both for those who take interest in your product?
Okay, for Gree, we have partnered with several financial institutions like Union Bank. We've partnered with Access Bank previously, but we have come here so as to take it further, so as to partner with 1 or 2 financial institutions, whereby they can actually walk into those financial institutions and get our product at a very, very reasonable price, and they have a very, very comfortable payment plan.
Okay, so the payment plan is what I'm even concerned about now. So tell us the few that you're aware of about the payment plans.
For the Union Bank, you have to be a banker with a Union Bank account, and you have a payment plan, about 4 or 5 payment plan. So Union Bank is buying from us directly, but for Union Bank, giving to their customers, there's a payment plan of 4 months and 6 months, whereby customers are able to actually purchase and pay gradually.
Oh, great. That's fantastic. Now, lastly, have you been doing, with your competitors? I understand your product has been in the market for a long time. So have you been dealing with competition and staying afloat and competitive?
When you talk about competitors, of course, if you don't have a competition in any sphere of life, it's more like you remain a mediocre. But for GRI products, we have good competitors, and it has helped us to improve, and it has made us to be very creative in our modern designs, in our creativities, and it has helped us even in our research and development as a product. So for GRI and competitors, we have been the best in the market and will remain the best because our researches are very unique and creative.
All right. It's nice speaking with you.
You too.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
You're very
Okay.
Good day. So, let's meet you.
All right, my name is Susan Omiete. I work with Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation. Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation.
Okay. So, what do they do?
So it's a development financial institution. It was a fulfillment of the president's promise while he was campaigning. You know, the president has always promised that he wanted every Nigerian to have access to credit to improve the quality of life, right? So what we do is we have 3 mandates. We have wholesale lending, we also have cultural orientation, and we also have infrastructure. The core of what we do is to ensure that credit gets to the last person, the last mile, right? Every consumer, every Nigerian should have access to credit to improve their way of life. And so far, we have been able to partner with about 33 banks, and we have also been able to get credit across to over 182 beneficiaries so far.
How do you get credit across to people? How do you assess, select, and assess the credit history
of everything? So one of our core things that we do at Credit Core is collaboration, right? Because we can't do everything ourselves. We are able to collaborate with credit bureau system. We collaborate with banks, right? Like I said, we have about 33 banks that we have partnered with. So what we do is that when we give this wholesale lending, we provide funds. You know, cost of funds is very expensive out there. So we get the funds, the federal government, we get funds, and then we give to these banks, we give to fintechs, we give to microfinance bank, and they by extension give these funds to the beneficiaries, right? So we don't lend directly to consumers.
Okay.
We lend to banks. That's what is the wholesale lending is about. So and then we tell them that you have to make the credits very affordable. That's where we come in. So you might be getting your funds at a high rate, but we're giving it to you at very subsidized rates as a bank. And then we tell you that you should get to the consumer at very affordable rates.
If I am applying for credit for my business, as someone who just wants to get bread from bakery to sell, or to just engage myself in an SME, do I apply straight to the bank but not through you? How do I apply through the Nigerian Credit
Consumer
Commission?
First of all, I'd like to say that we don't necessarily do businesses. We deal directly with consumers.
Yes.
You know, there are other government parastatals that the government has set up, like Bank of Industry and DBN and the likes. But if you want to access credit as an individual, all you need to do is check the banks that we have partnered with. We have them on our websites. If you go to this bank and you tell them, I want to access credit with Credit Core Financing.
Credit Core Financing.
Credit Core Financing, which is
Credit Core Financing.
Yes. Okay. Credit Core Financing is more affordable. Do you get? So now they know that, okay, this is what you want, so they give it to you because our rates are one of the most affordable rates out there today.
Lastly,
yes,
I can spend the whole day talking with you because it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Lastly, do you determine how these financial institutions administer these loans, putting it to consumer, and how do you assess them to know what exactly they do, that they are actually, their services are tailored towards the expectation and
right? Before we even give them the funds, we come in, we have some sort of partnership, we have like an understanding. You remember, I don't know if I'd mentioned, we have 5 focus areas, we call them 5 thematic areas rather: mobility, green financing, home improvements, and life essentials. We tell them it's also there. Whatever credit you are giving, it has to be solving this problem. You remember that we are trying to improve the life of a Nigerian. So we also assess them periodically. So we do a quarterly report on them. We check them. We get the end beneficiary list. So for everybody they give these funds to, we also have the data, and we do M&E. Our checking is very, very thorough, to ensure that they are not even overcharging them. The interest rates are very affordable. We have a series. If you check our YouTube, we have Humans of Credit Core, right? If you see beneficiaries that have real-time beneficiaries that have access to credit, and they give their own testimonials on how it was easy through any of the banks. We have banks. We partner with Axiom. We have Stanbic. We have EcoBank. We have Wema. We have MFBs. We have FinTech. So that's how we ensure that they do the right thing.
Susan, it's nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Here with CK.
Hi,
what brand do you represent, basically?
I'm a brand manager at Fair Money Microfinance Bank.
Fair Money. Yeah, we've all heard about Fair Money. So what do you guys do generally?
Well, if you ask people, typically they'll tell you that we're lenders, which is not wrong, but it's also incomplete. So we started out as a lender, but we have evolved into a full-fledged digital bank. So Fair Money offers everything that you can think of, from savings to loans to, banking services, bill payments. Just think of anything you can do with your traditional bank. You can do that with Fair Money as well.
All right, quick one. You know how difficult it is, the complexity around credit system in Nigeria. I mean, we see some skits or should I say memes online, how credit companies chase after people. How has this been for you guys as a company in Nigeria?
Well, so I think that's actually something that we have, will I say experienced? Because there are a lot of people that think that we also harass or we chase people. We do not do that. No, we don't. We will call you. We have a collection team in Nigeria. They'll definitely call you if you're owing, but we also make sure that we are ethical with our practices as well. So we're not going to start, coming to your house or posting your picture online. That's in violation of, your rights as a human being, and also in violation of NDPR guidelines. So we do not do that, right? But it's something that we do see because people take loans and they don't want to pay back. But we're pushing through.
All right. I want to ask a question around financial inclusion. Inclusion is still a major agenda. What practical steps are needed to bring undeserved communities, into credit economy?
I would say technology, for example, technology is a very important part to help scale or help improve access to finance for people in underserved communities. So I will give you, for Fair Money, I would say technology has played a huge role. Before, if you want to do address verification, you had to do it physically. So you had to, find someone that is going to go to this location, start verifying addresses of people that are living there. But now, thankfully, with technology, you can easily just geotag, the location of somebody based on where they settle at the end of the day. And so it's easier now. I still feel like more needs to be done, especially now that we have more people that are using smartphones. It has made it easier, but Nigeria still sits at the bottom of the pyramid when you compare us to other countries. So I think that technology is definitely the first part. I would also say support from the government. Right, the government is doing so much, and I think that most times we don't really share information, but the government is actually doing so much. There's so many initiatives that they are introducing to help, people get more access to finance, right? And so I think that technology, that's what I would definitely say.
Now,
technology.
Buttressing on technology, basically, how are you guys, shaping, the narrative around data? I mean, we hear a lot of people say, I don't want to go into it, I don't want to do all of this technical stuff because of my data and all of that. I don't want anyone to come tomorrow and say, someone borrowed money using my name and all of that. What are you guys doing to bridge that gap?
So the good thing is, for us, we have security measures in place. So before we extend credits or before we even, lend to anybody, there are verification measures that we make sure we put in place and we check as well. So one thing for us that we do is we always verify your identity. Okay. And it's more than just entering your name. We are going to cross-check with your BVN or checking your NIN. If you open a Fair Money account today, you have to, it's part of your KYC requirements. You have to enter your NIN, right? And then after NIN, we take it a step further by verifying, your address. And even when you apply for a loan, we pull your reports from the credit bureau. So it's not like you're just applying with this person. We have to go and pull the reports and be sure that you are who you say you are. Okay. And we're verifying with your BVN as well. So all of these things are in place to make sure that people are not collecting loans on behalf or taking loans using the names of other people or stealing their identities and stuff like that. So we do that as well here.
All right. Before I let you go, what's the one thing you're looking out for from this expo?
I think I'm looking at connecting with like-minded people. I'm always open to networking, open to partnership opportunities with other brands. So yes, I think that's really what I'm looking forward to, and the conversations as well.
All right.
I'm interested in the conversations.
Talking about conversations, partnerships, and connections, we'd like you to follow us on YouTube at SOUQ TV and our radio station, the Island FM 95.9. And we would love to see you. And we'll get to see you to partner. Definitely. I'll do that for you right now. I'll do that for you, man. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you guys some other time.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the
haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa.